Whoa, welcome, warriors and world builders, to Campaigns and Conquest. This is your home for all things wargaming and role playing related, where tactics, strategy, and storytelling combine. Let's jump right into the action. I'm your co host, Magenta, and we're joined by your host, Storm. Tonight's topic is the subject of timekeeping. So, we're going to be delving into all the details, what's good about timekeeping, why it's necessary to keep your game rolling along and working correctly. And we're going to look at several different ways of managing time in RPG and war games and discuss the pros and cons of each one. So, let's get started. Storm, can you start us off by explaining why good timekeeping matters so much?
Well, other than Gary said so, it's just a way to keep uh, a campaign world uh, more like a living world, keep everything fair and and coordinated. Game time, according to Gary, is of the utmost importance. Failure to keep careful track of time expenditure by player characters will result in many anomalies in the game. And
Okay,
seen that.
resident rep as the resident representative of noobs everywhere, and that's my role here on the show. I have to say, who's Gary?
Gary,
Come on,
bro,
for the
Gary
noobs.
Gygax,
Right, and Gary is important because he is
the
critical to the creation
him,
of
him and
D&D.
yes, he's one of
Okay,
the ultimate founders. And
just making sure we're not leaving anybody behind who doesn't know about these things.
yeah, all right,
Oh, you look
fair enough.
sloppy right now, but go
Sorry,
ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
blasphemy. So, but no, he's one of the founders and creators of Dungeons and Dragons and of the hobby, the genre. So, a lot of people feel that his words carry much weight. So, but that's really it. It's to keep things coordinated uh, across the entirety of your campaign world. So anomalies will occur. For example, if you don't keep, a lot of people don't want to do this kind of thing anymore for a variety of reasons. I played a campaign or DM'd campaign where the players fought like hell to not have structured time. So what happens is things like this. The party leaves a city to undertake a voyage to some forest to search for something. And so I begin to describe the road and the travel that they're on. And after about, I don't know, 5, 6 minutes, maybe 10, suddenly, oh, I forgot. I wanted to get some more oil for my torches. Can we just go back and do that? And I wanted to say no, but they were so adamant about blowing time off. And okay, whatever. So what you had was a group of people just kind of teleport several miles back into a city and then teleport back to where they were in a split second. And some people go, "Oh, it's no big deal," and all that sort of stuff. But it kind of ruined things. This happened a lot because there was things set up to occur along the road, and and time. Um, I have everything working all the time. I'm not one of these where, well, you don't have to worry about what the bartender's doing until the players get there. I want the bartender and everybody else to be in motion all the time. That doesn't mean I'm sitting there writing some long story. The bartender went here and he did this and went and took a 10-100 or anything like that. But he's not like MMOs where you just, if you play Lord of the Rings, he's
He's
always
always
there.
waiting for you.
Yeah, no, not
Yeah.
like that. So,
And he
one of
always
the
says exactly the same phrase.
right, right, and uh, another example was just to kind of see if, kind of exemplify to people why this is an issue. I had an NPC show up about 150 miles away from where they had just seen it uh, during a game session, and to try to make them understand, hey, you just saw this person. How could they have possibly made that trip that quickly?
Magic.
well, and that maybe, but
No,
so
that's the answer. When something doesn't make sense,
right.
it's
That's what a
magic.
lot of people do. They just go,
Yeah.
we don't have to worry about this. It's a fantasy world. You don't need that kind of detail or realism. But it makes everything flow. If you just think of it this way, if you were watching like Mystery Science Theater 3000, and they playing some badly edited B grade movie where it doesn't even flow right because they've made bad edits, and all of a sudden, one scene somebody's in Florida, and the next scene they're in Chicago with no explanation, not even a shot of them getting on a plane or something. It just doesn't seem to square with a properly flowing story. So
Like, how did we get over here? I don't get it.
right, right, and combat can make this issue come up as well. You want to try to, at least when we were playing in the 70s and 80s, simultaneity was something to aspire to because it made it more immersive and more uh, flow properly. So we had different time scales for different situations like combat, so that you could achieve that simultaneity when needed during combat. Yeah. So, um, but one of the probably the finest explanations is in the DMG that Gary gives it. Um, the stricture of time is what makes recovery of hit points meaningful. Likewise, the time spent adventuring in wilderness areas removes concerned characters from their bases of operation, be they rented chambers or battlements, strongholds. Certainly, the most important time stricture pertains to the manufacture of magic items, uh, for during the period of such activity, no adventuring can be done. Time is also considered in gaining levels and learning new languages and more. All of these demands upon game time force choices upon player characters and likewise number their days of game life. And what else is a game but a series of interesting choices?
Right.
So,
So, would it be fair to say that the difference between keeping time in a role playing game or war game is and not keeping time is kind of the difference? It leads to the difference in quality of the game that you would get if you went to McDonald's and got your dinner versus going to a fine restaurant and getting your meal, where it takes some time to prepare it and you have to maybe wait for the waitress to bring it to you. But when it arrives, it is definitely worth it because you know that it was done right and it
I think so. And it
yeah.
probably can be like everything. There's people that go, don't tell me how to play. This isn't about telling you how to play. Um, Everybody likes their special styles and all that. So it could be subjective. But I think that there are people out there that aren't the fanatics that some particular individuals are. They're just trying to tell you, look, right. If if you go to a restaurant where they put a little bit more time and uh, effort into making your meal, it might be a little bit more tasty. And including these spices really does increase the flavor. I think so. Plus, again, the anomalies, just a couple of minor things that I could come up with. But if you start stacking those on top of one another, it becomes a chaotic and incoherent mess. And I don't like a game where it's just a series of barely cohesive scenes because everybody has to fast forward past everything. Some of these details matter. When you bring these details up, then you get people going, well, I don't want role playing shopping and all that. That's not what we're talking about. We're just talking about having the flow of time make sense and be coherent and be
Okay, but
fair for
I
everybody.
gotta step up and say, why wouldn't you want the shopping, role playing shopping? So you're going into the village. Isn't that like one of the places where you may encounter local information that may help
No,
drive your
we're
story? Or
you're not right, but we're that's kind of
I'm not
driving away.
right?
Well, you're not wrong, but we're that's kind
Well,
of
what?
getting away. Well, you're kind of getting away from the timing from the time issue though. So
Right. No, I it is a little off topic from that, but I'm
yeah.
just saying that that to me isn't
Well,
a
whatever.
valid
It's
excuse
just
for
the point that yeah, I
more
know,
than
but
just how it relates to time.
yeah,
It's
that.
also not a valid excuse because it can
mm,
be a part of the story ultimately if you treat it right. You don't know what kind of extra information that might be useful to you in the town as you're traveling from one town to another, the next town you're going to, or the
Yeah,
road
what let's
between.
right. Like, okay, but anyway, so back to the
Right.
time thing. Um, so we're we're looking at the different types of time and timekeeping. So there's like we've been discussing the freeform time. Uh, Players pick up where they left off each session with no real tracking of time, leading to a confusing and inconsistent event progression. Now, there's a lot of people that will argue, well, no, that's just what we're doing is just fast forwarding and we're making shortcuts and we're only addressing what we feel is appropriate. But like I say, it really does end up being okay. Well, all you're doing is going from level to level in a Nintendo game. If no details are important, then you're not getting a story. You're just getting a series of scenes where it's always all right. Roll initiative, and I like combat too, but uh, how is that not? It just the constant need to fast forward and overwrite and skip past. Just you know, I don't see how that's a coherent storyline. It just I don't find that interesting. And if you've got a lot of things going on in a world, if you've got a big world and you're doing that, how are you coordinating it? I mean, what if there's things going on in a distant area? Are you just waiting for those events to be triggered by the presence of a player party? Well, then because
That
the world goes on around you while you move. There's people
right,
driving down the road, man. They're
right.
doing their own thing, and if you have all that happening at the same time, it's a much richer and more dynamic and interesting world than just going from kiosk to kiosk and hitting a button, going, oh, now they're on. It's like living in a world made of old animatronics to me. So,
Right.
um,
Well, it kind of reminds me of this office I used to work in where whenever you would walk in a certain area, the lights would come on because they would sense your movement, so they would automatically come on. But if you sat in a certain spot for a set amount of time, the lights would not come on. Like they would if you weren't moving or you weren't triggering the light sensors, they didn't realize you were still there and they just turn off and assume you weren't there anymore. It was very annoying. But it does kind of remind me of that where it's like okay, nothing comes to life until it knows you're there and
mhm,
then
mhm,
everything is kind of in limbo until you arrive.
mhm,
Um which doesn't seem I suppose, I mean, for some people might not care about that, but to me, it just doesn't feel like you're playing with any kind of, realistic expectation. I mean, a game for me, if the game was easy, if everything was just handed to you and you just never had to wait for anything or work for anything, then it's just there's no challenge to it. Part of what makes it cool when you beat that monster is that you had to go through some difficulties to get to the point where you could beat the monster. If you just could show up by snapping your fingers, you didn't have an arduous journey to get to the dungeon or the cave or the wherever the monster is. You didn't have any kind of challenges to overcome at all. You just show up and you just roll the dice and look at that. It was an easy roll and I beat him right away. Yay. And we walk away with treasure.
mhm, mhm.
Empty yay. Because there was no doubt in your mind from the beginning that you were just going to waltz in there and get what you want and then walk away and go and do it again.
Uh, right, right. Um, so The timekeeping is used in wargaming as well, and it's the same type of concept. You're looking to coordinate what's going on. Think of it this way: there's when it comes to combat, you ever watch one of these kung fu movies and you analyze them, and because I like to analyze movies, and you go, oh, he's fighting 8 people surrounding him, but they're only coming at him one at a time. Why would they do that? Of course, he can fight one off at a, you watch Bruce Lee or Jackie Chan or whatever, and he's taking one, maybe two at a time because they're coming at you in that. And why not just jump them all at the same time and dogpile on the guy? Things are happening at the same time in these fluid, close situations, especially combat. So with a strict time structure, you can make things seem as such, as close as you can get them in a turn-based situation. That's why time scales are relative based on the scale of the units. There's 3 things that cover all these games. RPGs and war games is all the same. You have a time scale, you have a ground scale, and you have what they call a unit scale. And they have a symbiotic relationship. If you had a map scale where the hex was 100 miles, but your time scale was 1 turn equals 5 minutes, well, how long does it take you to walk? You would be inside that hex for a long period of time, for a lot of turns. It doesn't make sense to have something that large and have that short of a time scale. How would you even record the movement? You would have to say, well, I'm going to be in this hex for, I won't do the math, but it would be a lot. So you have to have a shorter time scale for a smaller ground scale. And the unit scale tends to match that as well, because what's the point of having 100 miles hexes in your wilderness map if you're only 5 people? Well, maybe you're trying to really get a large scale world out there, but you would have to adjust the time scale so that the players felt like there was some progression turn by turn. Now, if you don't have any time and you just go, well, it's just enough to say I walked from here to there. Why do you have a wilderness map? Why are you even looking into being out there? If those details don't matter to you, then why not just go and scene, we've left this city, and next scene, we're at the other city because you took a walk, but we don't want to hear about the walk, so we just skip right by it. Are you really just going through all that machination so that you can maybe have a wandering monster encounter? So or do you want to have the reality of a world that's fully functional and that you have to think about making that trek and prepare for it and strategize your plan for making that trip? Are we going to have enough food? Can we afford enough food? Can we carry enough food? How about enough arrows, enough water? All that's the original OD&D was based on came from a game called Outdoor Survival. And I understand that the majority of what came into the OD&D was just they needed a map. But that game was about, can you make it outside? Have you ever, going camping isn't the same as surviving outside. Going camping is we've got a car we can get into and leave if shit goes bad. Pardon my French. But if you're really out there with nothing but a backpack, and a sword, a lick and a prayer, you really have to think about, how am I going to stay warm? Where's my shelter if the weather turns bad? What am I going to do about all these, animals out there? That all plays out better if you have a good solid timing structure. So Gary goes into a very long explanation of how this works when you're coordinating multiple parties or sections of parties in different areas of the world in the DMG. I find it a little bit much. When you get to the part here where he discusses how different entities would be on different days based on what they're doing, that's when I go, I throw I throw down the cards and say I fold, because that isn't you can't have that kind of thing happening in today's world. I don't think people don't want to sit around and wait in other rooms. Like we used to do this in the olden type days. What we would do is somebody would have the old Mattel football video game or some such thing like that and go in the other room because him and his group was in a different part of the world, and the DM would focus on one section of the thing. But people don't have the patience for that. They came together to play as a group. That's why a lot of them, I think, just find this stuff is irrelevant. Never split the party, as they say, things like that. But if you really want to have separate situations within your party, the easier way would be to have turns. That way, you can coordinate that over real-time conversation, either through telephone or through the internet, where people can just say, "This is what I'm doing for this period of time," and a list of things that can be done, whether it be travel, whether it be healing, creating the magic items that were mentioned. How long does it take to do that? Okay, how many things can I get done in, say, a 4-hour turn? Well, these are the things I've decided to do in that 4-hour turn. And everybody give you that list of things they want to do for that turn, and they're all coordinated. Now all the DM has to do is go, okay, this is what these people are doing. You have like a day planner. That's how I'm doing Star Wars right now. It works beautifully. And I don't have to go through all this mismatched days and stuff like that, like is explained in the DMG. So I don't see this 1 day equals 1 day of real time working out for me. Just do what we've always done with war games. Keep your coordination. Now, no matter if it's an NPC or a PC, if you have a list of the approximate time it takes to complete any task or to do whatever, whether it be Star Wars and it's moving from planet to planet, or it's D&D and it's, like I said, learning a spell or whatever, you can keep that coordination very easily. And really a day planner, I don't know, you probably have them on phones now, but we used to just have a little book.
Oh, yeah.
Tuesday, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, or 1:30. Sometimes they were split up into half an hours or whatever. Find something like that, or make something like that.
Oh, anybody who has a Google account already has one. It's right there in your Google Calendar, and it actually connects across your phone, across your PC, across all your devices if you want. So you can use something along those lines very easily, and it will even send you reminders to all of your different devices. So, if you have to be notified in game that, hey, the rest period for you to be able to recharge after whatever injury you had during the last battle, or I'm just throwing out a made up scenario, obviously, but it would be able to tell you that amount of time has elapsed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's something like that. Something you could, or just make something up on Word or whatever works for you. Or if you're one of these
pen and pencil people,
artsy people, yeah, you could just use a straight edge and a steno pad or whatever it is. But if you read through, the page 36 and 30, whoops, wrong direction, 36, 37, 38, where the campaign time is explained to the DMG, that sounds like a burden to me. a real burden. I don't. I mean, I could see it if it was a bunch of kids that had little to no time for anything else, and they wanted to schedule different sessions, or if you had multiple DMs or something like that. But if you're going to say I'm going to go train, there's a list for how long it takes to elevate um, levels based on training, amount of time, and amount of gold that you spend when you go up in level here. And I think it's a couple weeks at least. So if one day equals one day in this one for one time thing, and I want to go up a level, if you're playing raw, like some of these folks that want to play this whole thing do, well, it'd be different if it was a game like back in the day where we had 3 or 4 different characters we ran at the same time. But most people don't want to do that anymore. They say it's hard to handle. Most people want to keep a party to 3 to 5 people. Of course, most people don't use the timekeeping anymore. So I can see why there's a lot of fooey towards this idea. But it's so convoluted in the way that it's done when it could be just so much easier to say, okay, here's a 24-hour day split into segments of, 6 hours. Okay. And then as said, how long can you travel for 6 hours? Well, that's as simple as using something like this. Let me get to the shared screen there for you. Gotta do that. Shared screen. Sorry, our gear. So, okay, this little calculator will tell you how far you can go based on how fast you go, and all you need to know is that um, there's an average speed for a human being, which is about 3 miles per hour, and there's an average speed for a horse at walk, which is about the same. Maybe 4 miles an hour if you want to get some, just want to say, hey, they're a little bit faster, say 4. And then you can figure out how far you can go in the period of time. This is how all war games make their maps and terrain effects charts. Is this average speed, time of turn gives you a distance that you travel at that speed for that period of time. And that'll tell you how many hexes, based on the size of your hex, you move in a wilderness environment. What else do you need to know? Some spitball range. How long does it take to set up camp? Something like that. Whatever it is, whatever you feel is relevant to model, give it an amount of time approximately it takes to achieve whatever you're doing. Creating a new sword with magic, training to go up a level, whatever it is. Just a roster system. Now everything's happening at the same time, in that you have it all recorded. The fighter is spending 2 weeks learning new sword techniques. The magic user is spending 3 weeks learning new spells or how to make a new potion or whatever it is. Okay, well, what's your downtime turn? 1 week? All right, now you know. So going from level, say, 5 to 6 takes, 3 downtime turns. All right, we can mark that down. So when everybody's done, now you know how many days in the calendar of the world, as let's go back, as Gary mentions, calendar of the world. This is, let's get to it. Right up on
You
top.
get to choose your own calendar, like whether it's
Well,
a 30 days or that kind of thing as well?
Well, he suggests that you can if you want. I don't, because it's as much as I'm a fan of immersion and all that, it just makes it confusing. It's just easier to stick with what we work with. Um, but the point is that you now have a log of everything that's occurred. So, like, say if you start on day one of, just like his example, year 1000, you start counting how many days past 1000 this happens and that happens. It's just a matter of, so let's say it takes 15 days to sail from one continent on a world to another. So half your group gets on a boat and they're going to spend 15 days on the water. The other half now has 15 days worth of other things that they can do while they're waiting to link up with these folks, if that's what they're looking to do, link up, right? So if you're just with single DM, how do you coordinate this? Okay, well, if you really want everybody to show up at the same time, which is as far as sessions go, which is typically how people do it in modern days, I assume, you would still need to put people in other rooms or some other way to separate them from hearing other things. Now, some people too, they don't care about consistency so much that they go, all right, you know what, I wouldn't be privy to this information, but we all want to sit at the table and play. So they'll sit and listen to some information they wouldn't even have realistic access to. And that's okay if you want to play like that leisurely type of way. To me, it just robs it of all the fun. The idea is to play the role, and playing the role means only getting information that would be something that you can, see with your own senses as the character that you're playing. Same thing with wargaming. This is what double blind means. When it's double blind in a wargame, you only have the information about enemy activities that can be observed by the soldiers on the battlefield, as opposed to some God's eye view of everything where you just lay out all the pieces and play head to head. By having a judge or a DM, for lack of a better term, arbitrate the war game for you and say, okay, blue side, you can only see, here's what you see. And it's only a portion of the enemy forces because they're exposed, moving, say, from clump of trees to clump of trees or something like that. You're out there thinking, I know there's more out there. What are they doing? Where are they at? When are they going to strike? Where are they going to show up? And you're having to anticipate, instead of saying, oh, I can see that, 30 miles beyond my field of vision, the Confederates are moving up another corps onto the right flank, so they're massing for an assault. So I'm going to shift all my weight, my firepower, to my left flank to counter that. Whereas on the battlefield, you might not know that until they start showing up on the line. And with a GM, you have that. The only way to coordinate something like that is to use the GM and to use a strict time structure so that it all happens at the same time, as opposed to coming up with what are supposedly more simple ways of just, well, we'll just fudge it and we'll think this and it'll just happen this way, and doing it all out of coherency to just get past the supposed boring parts. Well, what's fair about determining whether or not you get to flood your flank against an attack you didn't see coming? What part do you see coming? Why try to, backwards stay like this, down at the bottom of the Gary thing, where it's, okay, we got one guy at day 54 and one guy at 58, but one guy at day 77. Now we got to find a way to balance and coordinate all that. Why not just have a structured set of turns so that everybody's on the same day all the time? It just
Yeah, and
seems
I have to admit, I have trouble with finding out how they end up on different days like that. And then not only that, but once they are on different days, how do you get them all back on the same day?
right. And
If
there's
it's one
some
for one time, then everybody should stay on the same day all the time, right? That would just, if it's 1 for 1. So if I'm playing for 1 day, then I should have 1 day of, access, unless some people are playing like 2 days in a row and another person doesn't play for 3 days, then they get behind you and you end up with this disjointed count. And then what? You have to play for like, if you're the 77 person, the other people have to play 20 some more days to catch up to you.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's
And then
he.
what are you doing in the
Well,
meantime?
basically, what he says, and it's kind of vague, is some penalty not specified must accrue to the non-active. But on the other hand, the overactive cannot be given the world on a silver platter. Despite the differences, the activities of the newcomers to the campaign should be allowed to stand, as destiny has decreed that the monster in question did not fall to the characters. I probably should have read the. It would be more. It's kind of out of context, but it
Right.
really doesn't. I don't know how these people do it, but it seems to me that the easiest thing to do is this stuff was all born out of the same wargaming mold. Just this is what you're 4 hours, 6 4-hour phases or something like that, and then
Well,
you don't have to
here's
come
the
up
thing
with it
I've gotta say, in a situation like that,
unnecessary.
if I was a person who was falling behind in the game, in game time, because I didn't have as much time to play, so my penalty is that I'm falling behind. Now I'm no longer with the group, so now I would have to what? Show up and play by myself?
Yeah, I
Until I
know it just
catch up
makes
with the
sense.
rest of the group, or,
Uh,
some other way of showing up and doing something, and if it's too vast of a difference between where I am and where the rest of the group is, then, I'll be honest, I would just end up probably going, "Oh, well, I'll never catch up now, so I guess I'm not playing anymore." That's what would happen.
so here's where
I
it
mean,
gets,
maybe if I don't have the time, that's for
yeah,
the best, but
right.
it really just seems like the penalty is
Right. You're
is
right.
kind of like pushing the person out of the game
Yeah.
entirely.
In right. So he says, in effect, the key is the relative import of the player character's actions in the time frame. I agree, but what the hell about the last 3 paragraphs is, huh? So generally, time passes. The certain players are fanatically adhered to the day for day thing. They think they've really locked onto that, and generally, time passes day for day, or turn for X number of real minutes during active play. Players should choose to remove their characters from the center of dungeon activity. Um, will find that a lot has happened while they were away, as adventures in the wilderness happen while they were away. Oh, wait, I lost my. Wilderness certainly use up game days with rapidity, while the shorter time scale of dungeon adventuring allows many game sessions during a month or two of game time. What? Of course, that this might
Well,
mean that
so wait a second.
I don't
But
know.
that's
I don't know.
contradicting the whole 1 for 1 thing. So if dungeon time is different than travel, it's not 1 to 1 then.
I don't know.
Am
Of
I
course, this
interpreting
might.
that wrong, or
I don't know. I don't know. Of course,
it's
like
really
I say,
confusing?
this is one of these things where we just go. When I got this book, I really wanted to learn everything. I got a thesaurus. I know people yell at me for repeating myself, and I know I've told the story, but I did want to do it all. But based on the fact that I had played war games first, when I got to this part, I went, no, here's a better way to do it. And the better way to do it is the way that we've been doing it with war games, and that is to have a structured time turn. So many turns per day. If it's really big deal, so many 1 week per turn if it's a large enough scale or something like that. But that made far more sense. Seemed far less. I didn't need a page and a half of confusing text to explain that. Here's what you can do. You can march this far in this period of time. You can deploy your troops into this formation in this period of time. You can you can unlimber and set up your artillery battery in this period of time, and set that towards, okay, how long does it take to set up my artillery battery? About 45 minutes. Okay, so it's the game turn is 1 hour. So okay, so we got 15 minutes left. Nothing happens as fast as possible, so we'll just round it up to an hour. All right, so it takes 1 turn to unlimber my guns and have them set up and ready to go. And everything is based on how many turns it takes, which is which represents a period of time in the world that we're playing.
And
That's
turn
so
time
much easier.
Different though, right?
It
Like,
can be different depending on the type of game you're playing or the situation. In this game, it changed. I guess this is some discussion about the fact that the time scale in a dungeon is different. The way I understood a time scale or the reason it was different in the dungeon was that there was a difference in scale of the ground. You were very close to one another, and there was lots of combat. You're outside, you might just be rambling through the forest for hours before you run anything that might want to fight. So it's a long way. There's no reason, like I explained earlier, there's no reason to have 6-minute turns when you're traversing, 5-mile or 12-mile hexes. That would, so
then you
but
just
when you're down in the dungeon, it's different because you might be right on top of something. And the shorter the more combat, when it's combat, you want a shorter time frame. So,
right.
But to say that, well, because we're running at I don't know, this is confusing, and it was so confusing that we just went and we got rid of it, and we went and just applied a war game facade over it as far as timekeeping, because it was simpler and it was easier to calculate. But we never went without time scale. And the games that I've played, because people are so, fast forward focused these days because of time, they've never been half as enjoyable as the past, where we had a good time structure over it. It made it more dramatic and interesting than just
because you can be under the wire. Like, it's okay, should we stay here for the night and rest up till we're back at full strength? Or, well, no, we can't, because if we don't make it to the next village in time, we may miss the opportunity to save the people who are endangered by the monster we're going after, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Or, you can't have those kind of like what I like to call MacGyver moments in a game if you don't have some kind of timekeeping. Because it was always, for MacGyver, you got to disarm this bomb within 30 seconds.
Right. Where's the drama and the race against time?
There's no potential for any race against time if there's no time.
I don't quite understand. Right. It's just it to me, it's just Gauntlet, the video game on paper. Here's level 1. We've killed it, and I've heard people say, play whatever you do. If what it makes you fun, it makes you whatever. But to me, just killing monsters for their stuff, that was Gauntlet. You remember that video game? You played with 3 or 4 people, and they all had a different class. They had a different class. There's like a barbarian or a ranger and a magic user and whatever. They all had their different types of attacks, and you just went through different dungeon mazes, and there was tons of monsters, ghosts, and different types of things that came at you. And when you killed them, they had treasure chests everywhere, and you gobbled up the treasure chests, which gave you more points and all that sort of stuff. That's a lot of people just play that way. Well, okay, that's fine, but and I understand why you don't need time for that, because it's just, here's level 1, here's level 2. We've gone through level 1, and now we're on to level 2, which is more difficult, but we've also gotten experience, so it just becomes a first-person shooter to me, and that's just not the kind of game I want to play. I want to play in a open, vast, fully functional world that is constantly running. I've said this before on other things. All my worlds are going to be running. You could get up and say, I'm not playing anymore, and I could still run the world. It wouldn't be as fun if you don't have players, but I want everything to be able to happen through reaction rolls and random determination and lots of tables, so that there's a events occurring instead of making up some specific scenario and plugging it into an open world. Let the open world just run, and it generates scenarios just by the events that are going on. But in order for that to look right and to feel right and to be playable, you need a structured time um, system.
It makes sense. I prefer having some kind of structured time, but I find that the one that we've been looking at, the one for one, I think the lack of fairness in that is the one that bothers me the most, because it seems pretty unfair in that the timescales are different for each unique individual. I think having the timescales different for the type of activity makes sense. So just like if you're cooking, the time scale that's necessary when you're just chopping up the vegetables, I mean, you can take your time with that. Nobody really cares. But when you get to the point where the water is boiling, you have to stir a lot more frequently, to keep things from sticking to the
Yeah.
bottom of the pan or whatever. So you don't end up burning things. So, your actions are going to have to be done more rapidly, which means shorter turns. Um, when you're in that situation, like a combat situation or something along those lines. So making it relative to the type of action you're doing seems to make more sense, rather than making it relevant to the party member themselves because of their ability to show up for the last game or not, or that kind of thing. Does
Yeah.
that make sense?
Yeah. So, right. So synchronizing all players' action within the same turn. This is how you do this. Real simple. Once you've chosen a turn structure, that's what Magenta's talking about. All player actions must fit into that to prevent being unhinged or out of sorts. Uh, the game advances time in equal increments for all players, not relative to one single, like Magenta was just saying. Party A isn't at day 72, while Party B is at day 54. That never happens. And I don't know how you square that up. It's just really weird. But and there is downtime. All down. This is another thing people love: the downtime activities. All downtime activities resolve within the same turn structure. You don't need to change that at all. If you're all downtime, if you're all not in the dungeon or whatever, the time doesn't pass differently or anything like that. If you're holed up in an inn because you're all wounded and trying to heal up, and you want to read your let's say the fighters doing some training, like I just kind of repeating myself, I'm sorry, but just to get people to grasp it. Party 5 characters have different downtime goals. The fighter's training for a new ability, and these may seem high to you, but there's examples. It takes 3 weeks. Okay, the wizard is researching new spells. That takes 2 weeks. The rogue is recovering from wounds. Their heavy wounds takes 4 weeks. The bard's got nothing better to do, so they sent him off on a diplomatic mission. Now he's not in
Bards
the
never have anything better to do.
okay,
He
and
went off to sing at the Pink Pony Club.
the so instead of handling them separately, like is explained in the DMG, all that's happened is advances the game by 1 week turns. The DM says, "Okay, week one, the bard has already completed the mission." So at that point, um, you're going through whatever role playing might have been needed, and you would do that separately from everybody else. In that, here's what I would do: I play online. I don't play head to head anymore. I don't have the opportunity to do that. So what I would do is I would arrange something that would just be a brief DM. If they want to do it by voice, that's their prerogative. I'm happy to do it because I, unlike everybody else, has way too much time on their hands. Whatever. So we would go through the little role playing of the diplomacy. If they don't want to, and they just want to leave it up to a reaction roll based, versus their modifier for, charisma or whatever it is, fine, we'll roll that out and I'll explain what happened through a PM or a DM, whatever the friggin' word is now, some sort of text message on some platform or email if desired. The wizard would be halfway through. If it's 1 week and it took 2 weeks to research the spell, you're still researching that spell. On the little day planner or whatever roster I've got, your 2 weeks are booked solid with you, the wizard, going through your books and researching the spell. While everybody else is still doing their thing. The fighter would be on week 1 of a 4-week course to learn new tactics. So he would just be listed. All right, those 4 weeks all are doing this training. So the turn's over. Next turn, he's got 3 more turns before he's out of his class. The rogue is 25% healed of whatever deficit in hit points he incurred based on his, bad wounds or whatever. Every player remains in sync this way, avoiding any situation where one player experiences a month of progress while the other only sees a few days, like described in the DMG. I know Rob Kuntz has said we didn't do that. I listened to him talk on a Dungeon Delver stream about using the telephone to communicate between sessions and stuff like that, but not all of that nonsense. Some people had to phone it in because they couldn't make it or something like that. But largely they didn't use that 1-for-1 time thing because it was unwieldy and required a lot of scheduling and stuff like that. So, Delver, I think everybody knows Bill, and Bill's channel. You can find the video, you can watch the thing, you can get the skinny, or you can just, find Rob on Twitter because he's active and he'll tell you the story. A good DM will balance the timekeeping with a narrative flow. This is we're back to choosing which time you want. Too rigid and it feels restrictive or feels like the pace is slow. One of the things I did is a guy I was playing Wargames with, and this is kind of an anecdote, excuse my pronunciation, but it is also trying to clarify the situation. So I said to him, I says, you don't want a longer term in this tactical war game, a longer game turn, because too much happens within that period of time to just gloss over it. And okay, he bought into that. So we changed it down to a very thin, I think it was 30 seconds or something like that. And he said the problem with it is that when you're moving your troops around on the board, the movement rate for a short time scale will also be short, which should be easy to conceive of. If you walk for 5 minutes, you'll have gone farther than if you only walk for 30 seconds. So when you translate that to a miniatures board, all you're doing is moving the tank just a little bit, and it makes it look like the game isn't progressing because you're moving so slowly every turn. He had a point. It did look like that. It was, but what you're looking for when you're trying to achieve simultaneity is that short frame by frame turn. So what we did to solve this issue is use a multiple time scale, just like used in Dungeons with D&D. It can be the 1 minute round, but if the right things happen, it's broke down into, I think, 10 second or 6 second rounds or something like that. We did the same deal. So when you were out of contact and there was no fire between the two entities, this applies just as well to role-playing as it does wargaming. So don't think, a lot of people go, oh, wargame is different than RPG. Not really. This would be the same deal. if you were 15, 20 feet away or just outside of arrow range or something like that, and moving towards an enemy in a big open atrium or a long hallway or something like that. So until you move to point where gunfire is, or arrow fire or spell fire, whatever it is in range, you use a slightly higher time scale, maybe a minute. And then when you get into contact, then you switch it down to maybe 30 seconds or 10 seconds or something like that. Because you want to look at the fact that things are happening very quickly and almost at the same time. And if you let somebody play, whether it be for a month's worth of time because they're in some other area on a campaign map, or 1.5 minutes or 2 minutes worth of time in a battle where they're attacking somebody, the person's going to fight back. It's not a tennis match. You're not going to wait for the person to serve. You're going to try to get the jump on them. So you want that smaller deal so both sides look like they're reacting to one another and have an opportunity, instead of sitting around and going, oh, I lost initiative and I'm fighting 20 orcs. So me and my boys are just going to sit around and watch the orcs fire arrows at us and charge at us and hack at us. And we'll, another die roll. Oh, I'm down 5 more points. Oh, and then after they've chopped you up and put holes in you with arrows, now it's your turn to go. And maybe the guy next to you is dead already. But if you have that simultaneity back and forth with a smaller time scale, you'll be able to react to that orc running at you, screaming wah with a big axe in his hand or something like that. That makes sense?
It completely. Sorry.
You got caught eating on the mic.
Yes, I did. I'm sorry. I thought you were going to go on longer, so I was taking a moment.
Right. So narrative time compression, probably the last example, is a merchant caravan adventure spans 3 weeks of travel. Instead of playing each day, the GM summarizes 1 week as long as nothing significant happens. The GM speeds up through week 2 because there isn't a random roll check till then. But when week 3 comes, it slows down because they got ambushed by some pirates or something like that. The pacing matches the drama of the story, keeping the game engaging without bogging down in unnecessary details until you come to them. But if I want
to applaud that one right there.
The problem is people are so, what you get is because people are so lustful to get past details because they want everything to happen fast. That's where it's a balancing act. Most people just go, and they throw it over their shoulder. But again, that's a style of play. If you're not into timekeeping, you wouldn't be here anyway. So you must be at least interested in considering it. And going past, you have to be careful what you consider unnecessary detail. If that list is too long, then you get a boring black and white altercation that really has no interesting choices or substantive meaning other than, well, they rolled a 20 first, so they get to hack us up and we watch them while they kill us. Or you go, like I've said, too far in the other direction, and you're walking, you're pushing a miniature 3 centimeters for 30 seconds of time across an 8-foot table, and it just seems like a snail's pace when nothing's happening. Sorry to interrupt, Magenta.
No need to apologize. But yeah, I think it makes sense. It should be, and this is kind of why I suggested in our title that we include the word relatively easy, because it is relative. Time, I mean, Einstein was right about this. Time is relative. And what's going on makes all the difference on how you need to handle those times when you're imagining what's happening in a game standpoint too. That, if you're imagining a battle scenario, things are happening rapidly both ways, rapid fire from the side that's got the initiative to initially attack, and then a rapid response from the other team who's being attacked is the way it should be. Although there are some exceptions to that where, if you got ambushed, you truly weren't prepared. It might take you, one turn just to get out of bed and respond. You might be getting hit for a while because you should have had some scouts watching out to see if you were in danger while you were sleeping, right? And
Mm-hmm,
why
mm-hmm.
did your scouts fall asleep? So,
Right.
that could be your own fault. But apart from that, it should be a back and forth kind of exchange whenever you're engaging in battle. And so that would be shorter turns representing shorter periods of time. But they should still be the same for everyone. Like the orcs shouldn't get like a longer time period of a turn versus, you as a player because of any other reason, or if you're going head to head with another team that you're playing with, there shouldn't be a difference in how far ahead they are because they showed up last week and you didn't because you had you were out sick or who knows what.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Just seems more fair than like making the time relative to each person, because that's like saying, well, imagine explaining that one to like your teacher in school. Well, teacher, I should have twice as much time to turn in my assignment because I wasn't here one day last week.
Right.
That's not
So,
going to fly.
right. Another reason a lot of this might seem confusing, uh, um, it comes originally, I guess, from from the RPG player's perspective. It comes originally from D&D, but it actually comes from places much older than that. But um, there's a lot of contradiction in these first edition D&D books, and I think that's where a lot of the debate and confusion comes from. Because if you're told, well, how do I do this? Well, you go right. And then 5 minutes later, you're told, and actually, you go left. You're trying to figure out, well, which one is it? Um, so, in certain conversations, there'll be people that will complain about doing things downtime. My absolute, here's something that I really disliked about the gold for XP. I don't play with gold for XP. This is another thing where I looked at that and went, no, and just never gave it another thought and never played with it once I read it in the original rules for the first edition or OD&D. It just, nope, that doesn't make any sense, and I am not going to play that. But basically, it was each, and this may not seem relative to borrow a phrase from the court dramas, a little latitude, judge. Okay?
Okay.
She's the judge. I'm trying to make sure she knows that I'm not going too far off course. But so here's the thing. There was a convert all metal and gems and jewelry to a total value in gold pieces. And then basically, though that value, each gold piece equaled 1 XP. So if you killed something, you got the XP for killing it. And if it had 5,000 gold piece worth of treasure and you took that, then you got 5,000 gold pieces. Well, the party did get 5,000 XP because they took 5,000 gold worth of treasure from the thing they killed. I didn't like that. And here's what I got from from the book when I said I don't like that. It said this: note, players who balk at equating gold pieces to experience points should be gently but firmly reminded, oh, that's cute, that in a game, certain compromises must be made. Mm-hmm. While it is more realistic in quotes, which is an insulting thing to write anyway, for clerics to study holy writings, pray, chant, practice, self-discipline, etc., to gain experience, it would not make a playable game roll along. Oh, similarly, fighters should be exercising, riding, smite, smiting pelts, excuse me, tilting at the lists. No, I'm not going to define what that means. And engaging in weapons practice for various sorts to gain real expertise or experience. And it goes on to list that magic users should be deciphering old scrolls and sort of a lot of these things are done within the game anyway. But the overall statement is that wouldn't be fun. Fun being a relative term, I disagree. Um, but you shouldn't do this stuff. You should go past it. And the gold for XP goes past it. But the very next, well, not the very next, but right adjacent to it in the rules is a discussion about how much time you're going to spend, level of the trainee. Do I have this on share? Are we showing? Am I showing
Yes,
this?
I can
Okay.
see it.
Okay, just double checking I didn't screw up with it. Okay, so now we have the level of trainee character, 1,500 gold equals weekly cost during study and training. Like training, like tilting at the lists, like writing.
Yeah, it's a
like
bit contradictory. And
like
I have
studying.
judged you at this point. I would you like to know your judgment?
What?
You're as salty as these cashew nuts I've been sneakily eating in between when I'm on the mic.
So
Yeah, I
training
can
like
understand why. It is contradictory, and it is a bit written in a way that is kind of like,
right.
you naughty person. If you think this way, shame on you.
Exactly, and that's what pissed me off about it. And so one of the things with and to circle all that, that wasn't just a sidetrack. To circle it back to what we're talking about, there's a lot of discussion with the different types of timekeeping, primarily one for one, is why it's such a boon and great way of gaming because it handles downtime in the way it does. But we've all handled downtime, so separate of talking about timekeeping, when I discuss gold for XP, everybody's tapping at this note and saying the same thing, waggling their fingers, and you want too much detail and all that sort of stuff. Where in reality, I had said numerous times when that came up, I am not talking about going out and hunting for a fighter or skinning a badger or a beaver to eat or whatever. I'm not
But
talking
what if
about
I
that.
really, really wanted to?
Well, you know what? Here's the thing. When we go back to why is wilderness play interesting, if you actually do wilderness play instead of just saying, well, we don't want to do it. You're just walking through the forest. And you're only out in the forest so I can roll to see if some random monster walks by to start an encounter. No, I want to be out in the forest and I want it to be a challenge to survive. And that includes potentially catching disease. You want to just go drink out of the river because you're that thirsty? What's in the water in that river? That sort of thing. That kind of survival is interesting drama and interesting decisions and tactics to make, in my estimation. So as far as hunting, no, I don't want to role play five guys tracking a deer, but what I always did was say, hey, if you're out of rations, here's another reason why distance matters. Instead of going, oh, well, we were walking down the road a little bit, but Chucky darn, I forgot this thing. So I just want to go back to the city and can we just do it real quick and just, and no, you're in the middle of God's country. You're in the middle of nowhere. It's the time it would take for you to walk back and get that bar of rations or that ration that you forgot, you'd starve to death. So you're not only fast forwarding past unwanted details, you're kind of skirting the whole, well, I don't care about reality. All right, well then why are you even out there? Because the whole idea of being in a unfamiliar, dangerous wilderness where you might be attacked by a monster is, you're risking your life just being out there, even if the monster isn't around. And if all you have to do is just go, oh, I want to go back to town now, then why don't you say that if something shows up that you don't want to fight or you might not win? Oh, well, that's what we do. Well, now you're taking the challenge and the interest. If there's no risk, then why are you playing a game? Why not just make it a story at that point? Because what you've done is turn on the fast forward so that you can get your ass out of trouble or avoid it completely. So when I played the game, I would have, you didn't role play hunting, but you said, we're going to go hunting. And based on certain abilities, whether it be, perception or intelligence, if it was AD&D or whatever, here's your chances of tracking it and killing it. I would come up with some role, it wasn't super complicated, and say, this is what your hunting trip yielded, from doodly squat to, hey, we got an 8-point buck and we can all eat for the night, even though we're out of rations. That's all, just a die roll. It didn't, so I don't see how doing that makes the game not conducive to boredom. Well, it's conducive to boredom. See, here's the thing. When you say that, everybody's just going to go, oh yeah, this stuff is boring. Have you tried it? It was a very weighted and very biased way of writing this thing out. And I don't think, a die roll is that big of a deal. So, and some of them you do anyway. But I considered all of that sort of stuff in how you, what you call downtime. And then when you get to the people talking about 1-for-1, they go, well, it creates downtime. Now you can do things when you're not at the table or whatever. You mean like training? Yeah. That's all I was ever talking about when I went after gold for XP as being a stupid system. It was that you should be put on the shelf, metaphorically, while you go to wizard school or fighter school or whatever it is, to learn your next level. Because in the game, AD&D, when you read through this, it talks about no matter whether you reach your threshold to change levels by gaining enough XP, it says right here, if you don't go through these hoops, you still don't raise up the level. Now, some people didn't like that because they said, okay, now I've gained a level, but I'm stuck in the middle of nowhere and I won't really be able to glean the benefits of this advancement until I get to some sort of civilization, and that's no fun. I want an MMO where I just, fancy animation surrounds my avatar, and all of a sudden now I'm more powerful and have more hit points. Okay, I don't. And if that's boredom in realism, all right, fine. But to me, it's a more interesting game where I have to plan and strategize and make interesting decisions as opposed to just wander around and bonk things on the head for money. Just my personal way.
Well,
But this
and
all.
my take on it is role playing is playing a role. If that role includes that, you have to find a way to eat while you're out in the wilds going from place to place, that's kind of part of the role, isn't it? I
Right.
mean, now
That's the immersion.
maybe it shouldn't be that difficult, or you should be able to pack enough rations. But if you didn't, or say, for instance, you're out there and you're traveling from one place to another, but the route that you would normally take, you can't take because there's a big dragon between you and there that your party is no way capable of defeating yet. So you have to take a detour, which adds time onto your journey, and then your rations are going to run out. Well, then what? Do you just conveniently ignore that? Do you pretend that you all could live on air? What, you're role playing. That would
Yes.
be one of those situations where you as a party would have to figure out a solution to that, which
Right.
is a challenge of creativity. I mean, there's a little bit of luck involved, if you're trying to hunt something or be a good trapper or whatever it is.
Right.
There's a little bit of luck. Obviously, the dice are always there to like put you in check, even if you're like, "Ooh, I know I can grow a garden real fast and use a spell to make plants grow up, and we can all have carrot stew, whatever."
Right. Right.
You know, well, okay, but you failed the magic roll, and now nobody's eating any carrots at all. So,
Right.
you know,
Right. So it
or
just
you
it
tried to make carrot stew and it came out arsenic, and yeah, don't eat that. You know.
right. Right. It says so. It says further in this thing, all training and study is recorded in game time, but then it mocks the idea of training and studying. So, um, but what it's saying is this is different than role playing it. Um, but either way, it's handled by the time that we're talking about, a time system. But yeah, I agree with you. It's what a lot of people will say when you get into this is they go, well, you're overly detailed, you're down in the weeds. They'll make some sort of hyperbolic attack, like you probably want to role play taking a 10-100 or something. No, I'm not gross. I don't have a fecal fetish, and and you know, taking a wee wee is kind of just baked into I'm at camp or I'm walking down the trail. You know, if I if I'm walking all day with a group of people and I'm drinking water while I'm doing it, eventually I'm going to turn to them and be like, "I'll be right back," and shuffle on into the bushes somewhere. You know,
Don't do that. That's when the brownies will steal your baby.
well, there, but and that's the kind of thing that can happen. So all, especially in a fantasy world, but it's just as you say to me, that's the immersion. It's not immersive if I'm just you know if Wayne and Garth are through every scene and magically taking me to the next scene and skipping, you know. So uh, I the Wayne and Garth reference should work because I think most people were at least childs of the '90s, if not the '70s and '80s, like us. But
No.
uh,
I
but it's
think time has moved on faster than you realized here.
uh,
Speaking of
but
timekeeping.
well, I'm just based on the age of the people there. But it's not conducive to non-game boredom if you do it right.
Right.
You can play a lot of those things out. Again, the list always irritated me because some of them, it was the same thing that I always complained about. Some of it was hyperbolic, some of it was kind of smart alecky, like smiting pelts. Bro, really? Do you really think there's anybody looking for that?
Well, can I
They're
ask you
not.
something? Because this
That's the
is
kind
the
of thing.
suspicion, and you may have more insight into this, but since I've been kind of delving into the minutia of these different rule sets, and there's quite a few more of them now than when I first looked at it when I wanted to play all those years ago and didn't get a chance to. But it sometimes seems to me that the authors of the games will put in it's kind of like a choose your own conflicting rule set kind of mission. You read the rule set and you go, I like those, but I don't like those. So I'm going to listen when they say that you should be able to use gold for XP, but I'm not going to listen when you say that you have to use downtime for training because I don't like that. So
Right.
I
There's no
get to choose
sure.
my own rule set
That's
based
right.
on which ones I like. And because there's both of them are in there, you could just choose which one you follow and which one you ignore.
Right. Well, and that's in a completely different philosophical debate, but yes. Um, and the description by Rob Kuntz, which the name keeps coming up because he's still vocal, he's still around. Gary and Dave have passed. Most of the people involved in the development of this game have passed on, um, and so he's the last veteran that has. Uh, but he discussed that these games, the ones we're looking at, the AD&D hardcover books, um, did suffer from a kind of schizophrenic writing style because you had two Gary Gygaxes writing it. You had Gamer Gary and you had Businessman Gary, And at the time, as I can almost verbatim state this because poor Rob has had to repeat it ad nauseum since he started talking on Twitter, but that the vast majority of money being made by TSR was through modules, printed, pre-made, one-off adventures. And for that reason, and because they were getting a lot of good press and people coming into the system by doing organized or sometimes tournament play at conventions and stuff, where you need to have a set group of rules. You couldn't have everybody. This guy's from Buffalo and this guy's from Milwaukee and this guy's from Florida, and we play. It's like Monopoly. Some people play with free parking. It's got a stash of money in it. Some people don't. There's all different little home rule variants of Monopoly. But if you're going to play in some sort of international tournament or something like that, those rules have to be standardized so everybody that comes to the table plays the same game. So these are all put in there as a standardization of the system. But according to Rob, everybody who was the founder himself and Dave Arneson, Barry Gygax, all just did exactly what you're talking about. We're gonna pick and choose, and it's gonna be a la carte, and they may not do it the way it says in the book. They may not ignore it completely. They might go, no, we're not doing it that way. This is the way we're going to do it instead. Stuff like that. And that's what most people did. Now, there's a group of people that are fairly fanatic that insist that you should play the game rules as written, that everything in here is the only way to play it. And if you don't play it that way, you're kind of not playing the game right, because rules matter. And if they weren't meant to matter, they wouldn't have been put in the book in the first place. And
okay, but then how do you square the direct conflict between don't tilt at the lists and then yes, make sure you have because the gold for XP isn't, you still have to do the training.
Because you had two people, the same person, but two trains of thought. If you read the beginning, as Rob explained, if you read the preface, and she loves it when I say preface, and then read.
No, I don't.
Yeah, that's sarcasm. And at the bottom, there's kind of a statement at the bottom. They are very contradictory. And what you have Gamer Gary speaking on one side and Business Gary speaking on the other. And the contradictions seem to come from a bit of a tussle between the two Garys, where they slide in some Gamer Gary stuff in and amongst the Business Gary stuff. And that's why it kind of contradicts itself. It actually directly contradicts itself in certain places. And page 85 seems to be Gamer Gary. And Gamer Gary, what I asked Rob is, he says, I think that it seemed to me that Gary was influenced heavily by a man named Donald Featherstone, more so than Dave Arneson, who seemed to be more influenced. We're probably influenced by both, but tended to be more of the style of somebody like Tony Bath or Bruce Corey. These men are wargamer authors from the 60s and 70s. And just like everybody who creates art or anything like that, they have an influence. Led Zeppelin was influenced by a series of blues artists and other bands of the 50s and 60s and sometimes even late 40s. Figure out what age those men are and when they were born and what their formative years were and what they read. Gary would be 87 or 88 or something at this time. So he was a youngster during the Second World War. He was a teenager just after it, right? Something like that, if my math plays out. So he would be reading Conan and stuff like that. That stuff would be new at the time for him. So no doubt that's why it influenced him. And these game designers who wrote books from 1959 to 1970 something, they would certainly have influenced him, as prior to D&D, he was writing articles in all sorts of war game magazines and about war games, because that's what he was playing. Him and Dave were playing all sorts of different war games. So Featherstone was I enjoy Don's stuff too, but he was the first guy that got me bitching about everybody bitching about complexity. Because instead of talking about his ideas, as he went further along in he I don't know how many exactly, I can't think offhand how many it was, a dozen at least books that he made over the years, he started to get more and more critical. Instead of writing about his ideas and what he was doing, he started pontificating and being kind of a Siskel and Ebert of wargaming, and that was typically wagging his finger at how complicated things have gotten. So page 85 to me sounds like the guy who read a lot of Don Featherstone and had read a lot of contemporary magazine articles where people had started to echo Featherstone and started talking about how this is too in the weeds and they're overdoing it with this kind of detail or something like that. This thing came out in 78, if I remember right, this book. And in 76, there was a long article by a guy who had just come out of some officer's school and had been a combat veteran and was complaining about the detail. Am I getting too deep in the woods? Is this too boring, do you think? If I bored you, you sound like you've fallen asleep.
No, I haven't fallen asleep.
Well, anyway, a very, very long story at the end was, I think that he was influenced by this. There's a couple of places where it seems like he was saying, don't get too trapped in difficulty. This isn't as complex as you think. This was meant to be simplified for your playability. This is something that you can all get into, because I think at that point he had heard lots of people complaining about too much detail in these games. I have cartoons and articles about this system that from other critics that say, well, you didn't, it was still way too much. And when you page through all these hardcover books, it's a lot of information. A lot of it is extremely mathy, and such that if I were to put the explicit, non-hidden amount of math that is discussed in this game in a modern game, players would largely balk at it. I've put stuff in, like this, which is a simplistic mathematical formula, algebraic, level of the training
That's
character.
a word problem. Are you trying to play a trick on me? That's a word problem. I know it's got words in it.
Well, that's not, yeah, but yeah, it
I'm
could
being
be,
facetious,
you could put the numeric, level of training character, algebraic, you put in like N or L. L times 1500 equals, W or something like that. And if you did that today, people would lose their minds. They would screech at you for being overly complicated. But so I think what he saw was, this is going to come off, and this is my surmising, but I think he saw in certain places, he goes, you know what, I got to keep genuflecting to the simplicity god, so when people read this, they don't feel like they're being overwhelmed, by telling them that we're actually watered this down. This is actually simplifying. Page 85 being an example of that. But it's listed, it's written in a way where it's subjective. I don't find these things interesting. So therefore, the majority of gamers don't find this interesting. Are you sure about that? You've stated a subjective opinion as objective fact, and for whatever reason, because of credentialism in most cases, people go, well, Gary said it, so it must be the way it is. And they've adopted that outlook just based on, well, published guy said so. And if published guy said it, published credible credentialed guy must be right. But it's still an opinion and one I don't share. And when it was presented to me as a objective fact, I was irked, and I still am. So, but that's where you get the contradiction is gamer versus businessman, largely.
Right. And I can see how that could be a thing. I can also see though how by having kind of the travel and by having the experience, the attempt was to kind of simplify it, but to me it doesn't seem like it simplifies it, and it doesn't seem like it is really a shorthand because okay, I could find a pile of treasure that's guarded by a handful of ants. And then all I have to do is defeat them, and I've got a massive amount of treasure. So it doesn't necessarily mean that I made a grand accomplishment just because I got a lot of treasure.
Yeah,
You know,
there's some people who have balked at it as
yeah.
being doesn't make a lot of sense. That simply by hoarding gold, even if I had to kill something to get the gold. And so then another thing happens is people go, well, I don't like all this combat. And they don't like all this combat because they believe combat bogs the game down and makes them have to do math and all that stuff. So we want to find some interesting way of getting this gold without having to fight, to think our way through it. You mean be a thief? You want to rob the monster's lair by getting the gold without attacking the monster. That's a thief. The lair is his home, his or her home. It's home. If you sneak into a home and steal the shit inside the home and leave, that's being a thief. That's a class. You're a thief now. Now you've taken everybody who has a sword, a magic book, a wand, and a bow and turned them into the people with a cloak and a dagger.
Right.
And yet what you're doing is when they come out with that gold, if you're going to play gold for XP in that, even if you didn't kill the monster, which I don't even think is how the rules play out. I think you have to kill the monster, but it doesn't matter one way or the other. Because if you've turned it into a game of gold hoarding, now I've come out with 2 bags full of gold, and that somehow translates to me being able to retain more magical power and or knowledge. And people say, well, yes, because what we're doing is we're abstracting the fact that you're going to go take that gold and go buy knowledge with it by going to
if that were the case, Elon Musk could dance.
Yeah, well, right. But so here's the thing. So
he's got enough money to learn how. I mean, if you could just buy knowledge, he's got enough money to learn how to dance, but I've seen him try.
Mm-hmm. So what you do next?
We're all on the same page, right?
So the next thing you do is right after that, you have this whole thing where it's explaining this is how much money I've spent to get the training. Okay, fine. So that's their next argument is. It says right there, I'm spending the money and I'm getting the training. Okay, but it's also how much time you've spent doing it in game, which contradicts we don't want to see the things you do in game. So what they're saying is we don't want it explicitly role played, but we wanted it accounted for. Now, in my arguments, that's exactly what I said, but somehow I was still some idiot that didn't get it or just wanted to, role play taking poops in bushes or something. But so when you look at all these different things and put them all together, they make more sense than looking at them individually. A lot of times you'll have arguments over gold as XP, and you'll never consider that there's other elements working with it as an engine. So when you hear people say, I want everybody should play rules as written because it's an engine where everything works with one another. And if you take a certain part out, now the engine doesn't work properly or as intended. And there's some merit to that to a degree in that maybe you should learn how it all works before you go and modify it. But the flip side is there's people who go, well, if you don't know what you're doing and you aren't one of these credentialed, published game designers, then you're just going to break it. No,
You know what's ironic though?
we all did it, and it worked
Yeah.
fine.
Well, here's the ironic part to me. This is the ironic part is that the guys who created D&D, they basically built off of the generation of guys before them. And if there was that kind of gatekeeping that basically said, "How dare you contradict someone like Featherstone or these other guys that you mentioned that were big in the gaming world before these guys came along, then you never would have gotten this kind of commercial success that Dungeons and Dragons was. It would have never existed in the first place because the gatekeeping would have stopped it from ever being created to begin with. It would have said, "Oh, you're not Featherstone. Who do you think you are?" You know. So I find that a bit ironic because in order for things to be for creativity to thrive, you still have to have some of that. I can get where people are looking, they want to find something that they have a relative assurance is going to be a good game before they play it. So but I think there's plenty of ways to do that with the internet and with the ability to research and people doing reviews of different things and stuff that can be, as long as it's a fair review, that can be assessing things realistically. But as long as we've got this kind of like founding fathers mindset, like these guys wrote the Constitution, and to challenge it is to just destroy the whole entire world of gaming. I think that hurts it rather than helps it.
Well,
That's my
they're a
personal
minor
opinion.
they're a minor part. All I'm saying is that they're types that bring in this one for one stuff, and
Gotcha.
it's a part and I've had persons go flat out go, I disagree with Gold for XP, and they'll be like, what do you mean? The guy who made the game, brr, 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 and then wouldn't, like one guy, like
Do they
just,
really say that? Brr, brr,
yeah,
brr, brr, brr? Okay.
they went on to this whole thing, like, how dare you counter? It was an argument from authority.
Right.
He's got the, and, but then
I call it
we,
gatekeeping, but I meant
well,
the same thing
it's
as what you're saying. Yeah.
when you get some, so all these guys went on and on and about that. Why the hell do I have to agree with everything he said? I don't. It's a subjective opinion to say that is boring.
Yeah.
Some people had fun collecting stamps. That bores me. Some people like to watch a baseball game. I don't
Ooh,
like to
that's really
sit.
boring.
Right. Golf.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Golf is also boring.
Right. So it's all a matter of subject. So I don't want people telling me you can't play that way because it's boring. You don't want to play that way because you find it boring, and that's fine. But and then the whole, well, that will bog the game down. Oh, as opposed to doing mathematics where you're multiplying number of weeks and number of level times it's all bullshit. So all those, what the one for one people are saying though is that all that training time stuff, that's downtime stuff. And as far as I understand, what they mean by downtime is you're not playing and it's not cutting into game time. You're and it's like, why do you think that's some sort of revelation? Because nobody was, you know,
Well, yeah,
I
you're
should
not
take.
sitting there in the corner. Okay, don't do anything else in the rest of your life. Just go sit over there in the corner while your character.
We used to take this stuff to school and work on it instead of homework and stuff. Nobody was doing that at the table. What are you talking? So I don't really know what they're talking about. But as far as again, as far as downtime in the turn structure, it's this is how many turns it takes. If you're not out adventuring, so what? All the time, why change it? Why make it so that it's just absolutely incoherent and gibberish? This is how
Well,
long
the anything
a
to
turn
my
is.
mind when
Period.
and this is because I read along with it in the beginning, and but when I read the part where the people end up, three different people end up on three different points in time when they all started at the same point in time. That is not realistic to me. Time
Right.
may be relative, but it's not a get jangled up mess like that. If you guys existed in the same world and you left, say you all started off at the same tavern together, for example, because everybody starts off at a tavern. I don't know why that is, but it's always a tavern. But you start off at the same tavern together, and then somehow, based on the different actions that you take, one member of your party can end up 77 days in and another one's only at 50 and another one's at a different time altogether. How does that happen? Time doesn't suddenly move differently for different people.
Right. It almost
You're
seemed
using
like in
time
some
as a penalty
it almost
to
seems like at some points that the DMG is saying that it does. That because time, like at one point it says if time moves differently in the dungeon. No, that's not the way I understand it. That's not how wargaming things work. I don't
you're
quite understand. It just it's all you're doing
you're
is you're
zooming into
changing.
how time works in the
Well,
dungeon because
all you're doing is changing how much time elapses from turn to turn. That's all.
well, to me, it kind of looks like I find the cooking analogy helpful for me, and maybe I'm the only one, but like if you are cooking something and it says, simmer for 10 minutes. Okay. Well, when you first turn the pan on and you got this stuff in there and it's not even close to boiling or anything like that, you don't have to check it for a while. You go back and check it when it starts to be simmering, you turn the heat down, you go check it more frequently to make sure nothing's sticking to the bottom, and that's essentially what you're doing when you're working in these. Once you get into a dungeon, which is a small space, you're going to be checking in more frequently because there's a lot more corners and places where things could jump out at you, so you have to check in more frequently. Instead of once every hour, you're checking in once every 10 minutes or whatever, because there's more likelihood that you're in close corners and something could pop out at you. Kind of like your head's on a swivel when you go to the haunted house at Halloween. What's going to be lurking around the corner. Um, and in combat, it's even faster because someone's hitting you and you got to be prepared to hit back or dodge or duck or whatever.
It's about
So
simultaneity. Yeah.
right. So it has to be action, response, back and forth real quick. So it's a matter of seconds instead of even minutes in some cases. So you can keep up with how fast the action's going. But time isn't really moving differently. You're just checking in on it more frequently, if that makes sense. You're lifting the lid to see, oh, is it burning yet? No? Okay.
So further, now you go to the next book. Here's the other thing, and they're almost like. So this is the player's manual. What we read from earlier is here. I'll turn it on.
Yeah,
And
I
here's
know
what the
the Dungeon Master's Guide. You showed that.
right
Yeah.
here's the discussion of it on. So time in the campaign is very important. Your referee will keep strict account of the time consumed by various characters, for it is likely to separate them, since not all participants are likely to play at the same actual time. Time uh, costs characters money in support, upkeep, and wage payments. That's another thing. But okay, it
Oh,
takes
pay
time.
your henchmen, right?
Well, right, for one thing, yeah. It takes time to adventure, time to heal wounds, to memorize spell, to learn languages, to build strongholds, to create magic items. A very long time in the last given case. In in adventuring below ground, a turn in the dungeon lasts 10 minutes. See also movement, which I'll get to. In combat, the turn is further divided into 10 melee rounds or simply rounds. Rounds are subdivided into 10 segments for purpose of determining initiative and order of attacks, because you're trying to get more simultaneity out of it. Thus, a
Right.
turn is 10 minutes, a round is 1 minute, and a segment is 6 seconds. And people who go, that's too short. Well, what you're doing, everything's reverted around real time. Six
Mhm.
seconds 60 seconds, 6 times 10. Okay. So outdoors, time is measured in days, usually subdivided into daylight movement, and night rest periods. So how now, when you're a world creator, how does the sun revolve around, or your planet revolve around the sun, or whatever? Maybe it's the other way around because you can make it up. But the point is, how much time is that sun shining versus how much time it's not? Is it 12 hours, you know,
Right.
equal? Because
Hmm.
it's not on Earth, it's different. But whatever that is, that's what they're saying your outdoor um, turn phases are too. I actually just think it's easier just to divide 24 hours by 6 or 4 and go with that. But um, thus, while actual time playing is about the same for a dungeon adventure, the game time spent is much greater in the case of outdoor adventures. Here again, the way it's worded, doesn't that seem like worded to you like they're saying it's like it's not the same? Like if
It does,
you
and
know,
that's what's
it's not bad writing,
confusing. It's like time passes differently in these different environments,
and it's
and to me, it would make more sense if you were just experiencing, you're looking at the actions in the time period,
right.
and you're resolving behaviors that occur in those time periods that match the different environments.
Now, I've heard,
Not
never,
that
never.
time itself is suddenly speeding up or going more slowly. It's
If
not
people,
that episode in Stargate where he went into that cave, and what for everybody else outside of the cave who didn't pass through that barrier was time was passing normally. For him, it was like, he fell in love and grew a beard and all kind of, and went
right?
full
It
hippie.
doesn't make sense. Yeah, it doesn't, and I don't know if that's some of these things. The editing just wasn't great, and it causes this kind of confusion. But I wonder how many people, or maybe it was the intent for it to actually be different. But to me, that doesn't help anything. It makes it worse. And maybe it was the intent because you look at the thing and you see, like we were talking earlier, where people are on different days. No, 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 no. The much simpler
That
way,
just separates the group and makes it harder for them to ever get back on the same time schedule, to where
yeah.
they're ever back to doing things. Like, once you end up where your days are your 55 days, and your opponent or your other player on your team is 70 days, and someone else is 30 days, how do you ever get back to where everybody's on the
So
same in the same time and
the
space?
the easier way to do it is like we've said, is just to have, here's your, you know 24 hours divided by 4 or 6 or whatever you want, and that's it. There's your, how many turns in the day, what can you do within that 4 hours,
Right.
or 6 hours, whatever you come up with, and
And
that's the
combat
big.
time is still the same amount of time on the clock.
Yeah, it's not.
You're checking in on
Yeah,
the action that's occurring during that time much more frequently. It's not suddenly
well,
combat time's going faster. You're looking at every 6 seconds of it so that you can see, this is what I did and this is what happened next. It's more immediate, back and forth quicker.
see, when you go down to movement, it makes more sense now.
Yeah.
So if you go to this, here it is, your movement rate. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Movement in the dungeon. The movement distance in the dungeon is 1 inch to 10 feet over a turn of 10 minutes, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Um, so it's just showing you that, because a segment of, or a round of 1 minute 60, one or 10% of that, you know, do you understand?
Um,
Is that, do I have to get,
well,
huh?
yeah, no, I understand percentages. Go ahead.
Well, see, look at the, can you see this? Do I have this set up right so you can see it?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, so see what it's doing? This is just a matter of, all this is this. I don't understand why it's, I don't get why people find this shit like it's so damn difficult. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be all mean in that,
You're
but
cussing.
it's like, it really gets like, uh, well, it's almost like people strain to avoid something that shit, I hit the wrong thing.
Watch your language, dude. I'm going to call your mama and get her to grab a bar of soap.
All right, let me
Just kidding.
So it's just this. Okay. One minute. 3 miles per hour. Oops. Put it in the right field. Okay. I don't know. I don't. I guess that's too much. But the only point is that how much time has elapsed versus how far you go. What is your turn segment? It just seems like people still aren't getting it. I don't understand.
Well, I don't
You're
know
not
that we're
there.
saying
Hello.
anything different. I don't know that we're saying anything different from each other. I think just you're focusing on one aspect of it while I'm focusing on the other. But I think we're basically saying the same thing. If you're talking about like the distance traveled, well, if you're running the distance traveled and the time differential is going to be different because you're moving faster. And that's the same thing that's true when it comes to combat. You're moving faster. So more activity happens within that same 6-second time frame than would if you were just leisurely walking through the woods or whatever, or maybe carefully walking through the woods because you're on guard looking for danger around every tree. The point is that time isn't changing, but your perception of it is because you're more alert and you're checking more frequently or taking action more frequently when you're having to
Tony.
act fast, rabbit.
Tony's here. What's up, Tony?
Hey, Tony.
Yeah.
Good to see you, dude.
But so yeah, what you're looking for though with the smaller time scale is what they call simultaneity. That's what you're looking for. That's the point of shortening the scale. Simultaneity.
Right. So one party doesn't get to wail on you till you're half dead before you can even hit back one time.
Right. Right. Think about watching Star Wars and watching the lightsaber. Darth Vader isn't standing there waiting for Luke to take a swing. The two things are they're meeting because they're being swung at the same time. One's making a blow towards the attack, the other one's using the sword to block that, and vice versa. It goes back and forth. It's a simultaneous action. It's not your guy swung and missed. Now it's his turn. Um, yeah, it's simultaneous. So that's it. Speaking of Star Wars, uh, I will. We've been talking. We've been playing a little bit of that.
Yeah, that's been pretty exciting.
Yeah,
I
think
have
we.
big plans for the Rebels. I'm
Yes,
not
yes,
telling anyone what they are in case any of my opponents happen to be watching this show. I don't want to give my game away.
right. Is anybody out there that has anything to say? We haven't had any interaction from the audience on these concepts or discussions.
Yeah, no comments yet.
Which surprises me because this was such a hotly debated. I picked this because it was a hotly debated subject, and I expected to get pushback on it, but I don't. Surprisingly, no one's around to say
Right.
anything. So, um, it's one of those deals where we talked about this. We were going to do it and then see what happened a little bit after 9 o'clock and see how many more people came and all that because we're trying to determine when a good time to do this is.
And a
We
good
make
day of the week too. We've been doing, Mondays and Wednesdays, but little birdie on the internet suggested that that may not be the ideal time period to be hosting shows or posting them on the internet. So we may be making some changes to that schedule too, as
Thursday,
far as the
Friday,
days.
Saturday. They said was the. So um, so we'll just see how it goes as time progresses, and some of these other see if other people come in. But we'll. Our plan was if Magenta
Oh,
remembers and
excuse me.
gets. Remember, we said we'd go through it and then do a little talk about Star Wars or something else. See if more people came in. If enough people came in and said, "Hey, I wanted to hear about this," we would do a briefer review of it for the new people.
Right.
That's okay. All right. So anyway, but yeah. So in the interim, we'll talk about the. We had Tony played a little bit of Star Wars the other night when you weren't here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, Tony, you rebel or imperial?
He, oh, that's right. I gotta wait. Let's see. How bad is the leg today? The leg was pretty bad with the chat. It was like about 10 seconds or more. So we'll see how long it takes before Tony shows up, says something. Anyway, but yeah, we were playing that Empire. Yeah, Imperial. There you go. So yeah, he was a
Uh-huh.
Star Destroyer commander. So him and
Where are your
Dave.
secret bases hidden, Tony?
So it's a neat story. I like it. I don't have a problem with a little bit of narrative. Here's the thing: when you play these games, if you play them with us, and God, we hope you come and play because it's fun. But you don't have to do a lot of chart seeking or anything like the stuff you've been watching with AD&D. That ain't happening. All you're doing is being like, oh, I want to be a big bad Star Destroyer captain and be a meanie for the Empire. And okay, go do some meanie Empire things. I'll tell you what's going on in the world, and I need to do a little bit more of that. By the way, Dave's on Discord, seeing if there's any new stuff, and there hasn't been. But um, if he's checking in or if he's watching here, that's why we're doing this
Oh,
thing.
he doesn't know I destroyed all his bases yet?
Yeah. So, but all you'll get the
Yeah.
situation, what's going on. You'll get an explanation of what you're commanding and stuff like that. If you're not real familiar with Star Wars, but you just play it from the perspective. You don't need a bunch of rules or anything like that. I have all that handled. Tell me what you want to do. I'll tell you what happens as an outcome. Am I making it up in my head? No. I'm running a system and all that. Do you want to see the system because you don't believe that I'm not making it up in my head? I will show you parts of the system just so you can see that it's not just some arbitrary thing made up in my head. Although some people don't even give a shit if it was. But we're playing a real, what I call free Kriegspiel. Other people have called it too, where you don't have to be a big rules lawyer to understand or play. Helps if you're a big Star Wars fan, so you know the ships. But even if you don't, that can be explained to you. So you just say what you're doing, and from your character's perspective, whether it be in a live session or or typed out on chat or whatever, you know, insert name a character, gives orders to his crew to bomb, bombard the city, which is what happened. In fact, it's not even well. Magenta's playing, so I don't want to give too much away by showing Imperial stuff. But that's all you do is you just say, I want my Star Destroyer to hyperspace to Dantooine. Okay, here's how long it'll take. Speaking of time, here's what happens. In it is based off of West End games, the Star Wars game, but you don't have to know West End games, and it's only loosely based off of that. But I do use the hyperspace system, which just gives you a time in months, weeks, days, and hours it will take approximately for you to make the jump from place to place. Unlike a movie where you just show up at the place, it takes some time. and that's done for a couple of reasons. As a mechanic, to make it interesting, to make you have to think about it and use some astronavigation. Um, People who don't like time structure go, I want it to be a movie where it just switches to the next scene. Okay. But in the game, hyperspace lanes and all that. Remember, in a movie, it's two different philosophies. Some people say you are characters. You are the stars of the movie. The role playing game is a movie, and it should just be a series of scenes about how you're the hero doing heroic shit. But some people like to play in a game where it's a world, a real world, like I talked about. And the fun is, doesn't mean you can't be a hero, but you make interesting decisions in a world that is completely dynamic and things are going on, instead of some railroaded, here's scene A, here's scene B, here's scene C type of situation. So we use game turns, or I use game turns, um, so that whatever players on a planet or somewhere else are doing, it all syncs up with somebody who is in hyperspace traveling from point to point. Now
So before we get too
I've
far
taken
past
I've,
9
I've,
p.m., Storm,
I've
sorry,
taken
let
I've
me
taken
interrupt you because it's
uh,
9:02 right now. And we had mentioned that we wanted to kick off the topic of discussion again, just to see, if we get more response after 9 p.m., just as a bit
if
of a
you if
test here.
here that oh
So,
it's hold on, you can I that's all right. I can handle it from here if you're get the
oh,
sense you're tuckered out.
no, you had said that we were going to go back and do a brief overview of the topic at hand after 9 p.m. to see how that went. Remember?
Well, I thought we
It's
were gonna.
9.
Okay.
Oh, you didn't want to do that?
Well,
Okay.
I'm gonna finish my sentence.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Sorry.
So to review, I do use the hyperspace stuff, but I shorten the times. I divide by a certain number so that it they're there. They're not instantaneous, but they're not ridiculously high, because in West End games, going from one end of the galaxy to the other, I think, is months. That's too much. So I divide. Okay, I'm done now. That's the only part I needed to get out.
Sorry about that. I just didn't want to miss the window if we were starting at 9 because you had mentioned that before.
Well,
So I want to keep us on track.
uh, if you're in a rush, that's okay. I don't know where you're at with it. All I remember discussing was maybe we'd see if more people showed up at 9. But if you
Well,
want to just,
okay.
you tell me where you want to go.
So did you want to review what we just talked about with the timekeeping and that kind of thing again or not?
Yes, but I'd like to hear. I I understand some people don't like to communicate on these things. And I'm glad you're here listening. I see that there are people in the room listening.
Okay.
It's slightly frustrating when they don't say anything, though, just a wee bit. But yeah, so what we've been talking about. So you go ahead, hit it. You start.
Right. So the topic tonight is about timekeeping, different methods of timekeeping in games. If you are listening now and you've already heard this and you've been with us from the beginning when
Don't
we started
leave.
at
It'll be different,
7, yeah,
especially if you say something. Whoever you are. Sorry, she muted the mic to swear at me.
we'll briefly go over, a little bit of the details here as far as that goes. So, Storm, you want to refresh our memory here of why timekeeping is an important part of role playing games and war games.
Okay, so yeah, it keeps coordination, just like I was talking about before we decided to flip over. Was the Star Wars, and that's a great example of needing coordination. Um, and strict timekeeping. If you're going to be traveling from place to place and it takes somewhat of more than an instant to do it, you want to have some time coordination. If you don't have it and you go, well, that's too difficult, let's just say you get in the ship and you fly to the place and you're there right away. Now you've made something that is portrayed in the lore as something you have to think about, plan for, do right, or it'll ruin your whole day, and isn't just something that happens overnight. The only reason it happens in a split second on the screen is because the very same people that don't have patience for certain game mechanics don't have patience for long movies. So they keep it to the scene for that dramatic effect. But you do want to have a world where everything. I mean, think of it this way: why have a wilderness teeming with dangers and adventure? How is it that if all you have to do is you just kind of can teleport all around it? Well, there's this giant dragon coming your way. Well, time isn't really a thing. We can just say we walk back to the city. We
Right.
left.
We can
Ran away.
avoid all the obstacles because we're Doctor Who now.
Right. Imagine the movie that I watched where some guy like had the argument with the Lotro guy versus the Star Wars guy, and he kept ripping on how Lotro was just a bunch of short people walking in the movie. If you take the trip to Mount Doom and go, that's all boring. How much of that story have you just gutted? You know what I mean?
Right.
So that's why you want to have a strict time.
And what would have been just an ordinary passage through, through the old forest and the Hobbit ends up being a really exciting part of the adventure. So if you just skipped that and went from there directly to, Smaug's lair, you've got no story at all.
Right.
Pretty much. I mean, well, a short story at that point.
Right. And it just and from a game perspective, what's the point? Why shouldn't the game just be, let's have a miniature combat with Smaug? If all you want to do is fast forward to you standing, with your swords drawn, rolling for initiative against a dragon, there's fantasy skirmish games for that. Why partake into and develop and invest in a story that you're just going to watch on 2x speed?
Right.
That's the thing. And again, some people counter with, you want to see details. So
Tony's
ridiculous.
response, Tony went in the other direction. The movie would be a whole day if we had no time limits.
What do you mean?
If there was no concept of if there was no restrictions on time, I think he's referring to how the Lord of the Rings just kept going and going and going. You remember when, I can't remember if it was the second one or the third one. I must have stood up like 3 times thinking, okay, it must be over now. And then it wasn't over. It was like, okay,
right.
Sit back down.
And that's the thing. Apparently there's like director's cuts and added. Like I heard there was one that they just released that had like more footage, and I was like, really? Because I was actually getting ass cramps in one of those movies one time. But if they like, it's a weird deal because people will say that, well, I don't have all day. Well, what do you think's taking all day? What part of having a turn structure really makes it that longer of a game? And again, if all you want is just a scene where you fight and you write down how much gold you got out of it, that's Gauntlet. Why are you making whole maps and big stories and all that? It doesn't seem to jive with. There are certain people that don't want a big story. All they want to do is just go into a dungeon and kill everything in the dungeon, take all the gold, and then go back in and do it. Like they want a dungeon that's bigger than Giant Stadium and has 20 stories and all your. All right, fine, but that's just Gauntlet on paper. It's just a first person shooter at that point. I that doesn't interest me. But even if you were going to do that, if you walk 5 stories down in a giant superstructure of a building that is bigger than a Walmart on every level by far, it's going to take a while to get back to the top to get out of there. You may have to spend some time and you may run out of daylight. You may run out of day. You may get Here's another thing. If you played Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, it tells you right in there every 6th turn at least should require the party to stop and rest. There's none of this, well, we take 2 rests a day or 15 minutes, because walking around in 80, 90 pounds worth of gear and fighting things to the death it's a little bit strenuous. So it says you should be tired. So eventually you're going to want to take a nappy poo.
Plus, I think there's some OSHA guidelines against that. You can't make adventurers walk that far without at least 2 15-minute breaks every 8 hours.
There you go.
And an hour lunch.
So again, there's a lot of people that just look at this sort of stuff as the easiest way is to just ignore it completely and just say we're here now. Okay. I don't know what to, that's not for me. But I find it boring. And eventually, if you use these kinds of rules, OD&D, BECME, you're going to run into things that are described as being done in some form of time span. It takes this long to heal points. It takes this long to remember spells, whether it be an 8-hour rest or 24, whatever it is. You're going to run into something that requires time. And if you don't use time because who cares, we just want to get back into the dungeon, then all that stuff starts to become meaningless. And that's kind of the discussion here. I'll just quote Gary. If you don't want to listen to me because I kind of stammer, all right, let's let Gary tell you why. Game time is of utmost importance. Failure to keep careful track of time expenditure by player characters will result in many anomalies. Is this on share? Should be sharing this? Did I screw up?
No, it's not on share. I can't see it right now, hon.
Everything's got to be on top of share. She's got to be on top of her. If I could turn back time. Sorry.
If I could find a way.
So,
now you guys know why you've never heard me sing before.
Failure to keep careful track of time expenditure by player characters will result in many anomalies in the game. The stricture of time, I believe that's a typo. It should be the structure of time, is what makes recovery of hit points meaningful. Likewise, the time spent adventuring in wilderness areas removes concerned characters from their bases of operation, be they rented chambers or battlement strongholds. Certainly, meaning that once you, right there, it's that high Gygaxian, as some people say it. But what he's saying in a very vague way is that the whole point of being out in the wilderness is that you're at the mercy of the wilderness. You don't have your room to go back and get more shit. You only have what you can carry, and you have maybe a long way to go. And that
you're going out on a limb in the forest.
Right. And that might be peril. And if you take away the time it takes to travel from your home base or any civilization to the wilderness, it's no longer the wilderness. It's not the boonies. It's not the sticks, and it has no meaning. What are you even bothering playing it for? There's a lot.
Why do you need adventurers? You don't need to have a trained swordsman or
Right. And
a
some people
magic user, you could just have the lady at the local pub go out and do
right,
it.
right. And a lot of people say, well, that, I mean, we'll have, I don't want to do all that. I'll just go out there and have a random monster check. Well, why do you have to, either, no matter what you do, you're kind of making it, if you break it down, it doesn't make any sense to do. Now all you're doing is saying, we're pretending we're in the forest, but we don't want anything to do with the forest as far as survivability or any of that crap. The only reason we're talking about the forest is because I'm the DM that's going to roll this one thing, and there might be this fight. Why don't you just flip a coin, fight yes, no fight no. If we get no, we're at the next place. If you want to fast forward that far, it
Right.
just doesn't seem to make a lot. So even though it's a very short sentence, there's a lot inferred by its statement. I'm just going to read it one more time. Likewise, the time spent adventuring in wilderness areas removes concerned characters from their base of operation. So, likewise, meaning just like the last thing I said, it's meaningful. The structure of time is what makes recovering hit points meaningful. Likewise, it's meaningful to be out in the adventure or venturing in the wilderness if you have time, because it makes the wilderness the wilderness. It's too far to walk home. It's too far to walk here. You're out in the middle of nowhere. So that's what he's saying with that. Next, he says, certainly the most important time structure, or stricture if you prefer, pertains to the manufacture of magic items. For during the period of such activity, no adventuring can be done. Time is also considered in gaining levels and learning new languages and more. All of these demands upon game time force choices upon a player character, and likewise number the days of game life. Interesting choices. It
Interesting choices, like you've run out of rations and you've only got 3 arrows left.
What are
What
you
do you
going to
do?
write? And when I talked to somebody years ago, when I first started getting into the idea of designing games, something like that, one of the greatest things somebody said was, what I'm looking for in a game, what I think everybody's looking for in these games, is to make interesting choices. A good game is a series of interesting choices. And when you fast forward or throw some of these things out of the window for the desire for expediency or convenience or speed, you're eliminating choices, because the game mechanics surrounding those choices you say are too complex or bog the game down. But it makes the game a rice cake instead of a world of interest where there might be mountains to go kill trolls or giants in, and there's dungeons and castles and temples and lakes, and now it's just Diablo. Here's the place where you go get mana potions. That's a bar, and here's the place next door where you go buy a new sword, and you just keep walking into this basement underground and slaughter things and rinse repeat. And if that's fun for you, rock on, dude. But I'll pass. I want more. I played that stuff in 1979. I'm not, when I say I've moved past it, it doesn't, I'm not trying to say I'm better than you. I've graduated to a higher level than you. I've done it. If I ate Wheaties for 30 days and said to you, you know what? I think I've had my share of Wheaties. I'm going to go try something else. I've moved past Wheaties. It ain't some rip on you. I, I've done enough of it. I love Led
I
Zeppelin.
think we get what you're saying on
Yeah.
that, but I tell you, the
Here,
other thing about that is, so games like that are what you're talking about with Diablo. That's ideal for a video. I mean, that's the kind of thing where you can do repetitive repeat actions over and over and over again. That's a first person shooter or a video game where it's just going to be a repetitive thing over and over again. You enter the dungeon, you find the monster, you kill the monster, hopefully, or the monster kills you. Um, like you said, rinse and repeat. And maybe the monster looks slightly different this time, or maybe it looks slightly different the next time. And this is kind of why, while I love Lord of the Rings as a MMORPG, it's also something that I've gotten to the point now where it's not the same to play it, because it's kind of like every time you play it, it's the same game.
Yeah.
If you level up to the next level, you're really going up to where you're playing the same basic structure of the game.
Yeah.
The monsters just look slightly different.
Right. So
Like when you
here's
first start off, it's wolves, and then you get to another area, it's slugs. But then later on, you get to something else that behaves the same way, but it's still slugs, but they're just bigger and creepier looking.
right.
You know.
So what I think this is and I want to read this part too, because I think it's really key. Even if it sounds like it's beating on the same dead horse, I think it means something. So I'm going to say it. The
Well,
next
that horse
paragraph,
needed to get beat.
right, right. So the next paragraph after the one I just read from Gary says, one of the things stressed in the original game of D&D was the importance of recording game time with respect to each and every player character in a campaign. In AD&D, it is emphasized even more. And then as you see here, he's so adamant about this. For all the people that say Gary's word is gold, and there you go. In giant letters, he could have even done boldface. He probably should have, but in giant letters, in huge emphasis, I think the only place that has all caps, I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. You cannot, excuse me, have a meaningful campaign if strict time records are not kept. And I agree. Now, when we talk about, what Magenta was talking about with Diablo, that's a dungeon crawl. And some people they want more dungeon crawl. Okay, great. So I still think time matters, but I'm talking about in a campaign. And some people say, well, you can be a dungeon crawl can be a campaign. Okay, maybe it can, but nonetheless, I'm talking about a fully functional world, not just a basement full of bad guys. Um, so, next question. What do you got next for me, Magenta?
Well, so
She's
as
eating
far
nuts.
as keeping track of time, what is your opinion the best way to do that? Because we talked about this before, and anyone who was listening before this may be a bit redundant, but
Yes, they
we're
still have
kind of
Lords.
repeating the essence of the previous show at 9 for anyone who wasn't able to tune in then. So we kind of talked about this before and talked about the difference in one-to-one time, which it looks like things can get a little bit off kilter to where
Oops, sorry.
if
1
you
second.
have a party of 5 people and they all start off at the same time. Oh, sorry, it looks like there's something going on there. We're gonna give Storm a second here. You
No, no
back?
problem. Go ahead. Yeah, no
Okay.
big deal.
Say your party of 5 starts off at the same place, but somewhere along the way, different activities happen, and using that one-to-one time, they can end up on different time scales. Can you explain how that happens?
Honestly, no. Here's the thing. I didn't read that part very often. I did read it when I first got this stuff, and I said to myself, "Self, sorry, I couldn't resist. I know it's stupid, but I had to do it." Um, this doesn't make a hell of a lot of sense, and there's an easier way to do it. So I don't really know. All I think what it is that what it may be. My speculation is, say we have Tom, Dick, and Harry, and Tom has got lot more time to play than Dick or Harry, and Dick and Harry go on their characters go far away on some side quest that doesn't involve um, Tom and others. So you spend a lot of time with Tom playing, and that time progresses as you play with Tom. Tom does this today. Tom does this tomorrow. Tom is all over doing a huge dungeon crawl because Tom doesn't have to work a summer job and Dick and Harry do. So Tom gets to play up to day 70. Then Dick and Harry say, "Hey, you know what? I got Saturday off because it's the 4th of July. Let's rock and roll." And now you've got to find a way to game. Maybe Tom's going out of town for 4th of July, and Dick and Harry says, "Well, we're staying at the house, but we're ready to party." And now they've got 20 days worth of gaming to catch up on. 20 in-game days worth of. That's the only way I can think that it makes any sense as far as what they're trying to explain
Well,
there.
and based on some of the text where it basically says that somebody who doesn't invest the time in the game, that is kind of a penalty for that person, that they end up a bit behind, and but that it shouldn't be too much of a reward for the person who does play more frequently. So I think there was some hint there at a responsibility of balance, but the example given, player A, B, C, and D, are basically where they're at different numbers of days in the gaming. By the time they all may have started off in the same place, but by the time you get to the end of the example as written, everybody's on a different timeline.
Yeah, however that plays out, and I think maybe my uh, what I surmised might be what he's getting at.
But that seems like a game killer to me, is kind
Nah,
of
no
where
fun.
I'm going with
It's
that.
just not. Yeah, right. And that's why I agree, and that's why whatever the hell's going on there, whether I'm right about my surmises, how that even plays out,
Uh-huh.
I don't care, dude. Because when we read that, we were like, "What the blazes is that? We ain't doing that." Now we had
And then how
situations.
do you get everybody back on the same time schedule? And then it's kind of like, okay, well, what do I do if I'm the only one who's on a different timeline than everybody else, and I can't be where they are. So why am I even going to ever show up
It
again?
doesn't. It whatever it is, and I still can't. But I don't. It's just like pff, whatever. There were certain things said in this book where I go, "This is neat. This is cool. I bought this," and I went. And there were some things where I was just like, no. And this was one of them. There's an easier way to do this. It's the way we did it with other campaigns, other war game campaigns, and that's simply having a structure of time. You got a 24-hour day. Divide that bad boy by 4 or 6 if you feel like it, depending on what's going on, or 8, whatever division you want to make. Some people did 8, doesn't matter, but divide up the day and then determine what can be done. Well, do this. Determine how long it takes to do certain things. Sometimes some of those things are variable, understood. But as soon as you give a length of time as a turn, let's say 6 hours. Okay, now you've got something. All right, how long does it? He mentions in there the length of time to create a magic item. I'm sure that's variable in a lot of people's deals. But if you've got 6 hours, let's say it takes 12. Let's say it takes 2 weeks. Okay, well now if your turn is 6 hours per day, now you know how many turns it's going to be to make that 2-week long magic item. And if that's what the wizard decided to do, and it's going to take 2 weeks, now you know how many turns the wizard isn't going to do anything but be in his tower making that artifact. Instead of whatever the hell all this is, where you somehow backfit it, maybe in some special session. I don't want to do it as a DM. I don't want to be sitting in some room individually with some person catching up 20 days a game or whatever the hell's going on there. But I wouldn't mind it if the guy, like if it's 1983, the dude calls me up and we go, okay, we're going to work this out on the phone, or we go to the library and we work it out, something like that. That's fine. We had situations where people would go to different rooms for certain periods of time because they were in different parts of the world and they wouldn't be privy to the information being discussed at the time. That's fine. But uh, the easiest way to do that is with a standard structure of time. So say, 6 hours or whatever it is, and everything that can be done within that time. You can say, and if it's more than one thing, that's fine. Go to grandma's house, come back from grandma's house, get a beer, watch the game. That all fits within 6 hours. Probably doesn't, but let's say it does. Then that's what you've done for that 6 hours. That list of things. I know those are stupid lists, but I just can't come up with anything
I think it
germane right now.
depends on how long you have to argue with your grandma about having a beer.
That's true. Yeah. So, but yeah, it's true. But there you go. So you have that list, and that's what you're doing. Now, if everybody for each turn turns in a list of things they're doing for that turn, now everybody's on the same page no matter what. Doesn't matter if you're just drinking a beer and the other guy's going to Timbuktu by horse draft or whatever, it's still all going to jive out because now you know what they're doing. And if you're communicating through, if it's 1986 or whatever, it might be snail mail, but today you'd be communicating through text or email or whatever it is. You don't have to have somebody really twiddling their thumbs that much. I'm playing a
Yeah.
game right now. The one we were talking about with Tony here. Tony is still with us. Is uh, Tony isn't sitting in a room with me. Tony isn't playing all the time. Some things that are happening don't involve Tony, even on the Imperial side. So Tony Tony gets some. He's here. So Tony, you're uh, you get some information or an order or something, and you say, okay, well, this is happening. Here's what I want done for it. Just this isn't real. This isn't actually happening in our campaign, but just for an example, two rebel frigates and 5 squadrons of X-wings have just hyperspaced into your system and are heading in your direction. Oh shit, red alert, deploy the fighters, something like that. You write that out, you hand it to me. That's what you're doing. That's your turn, and then you'll get the output. You know, use attack all the X-wings with my fighters. You know, turn bearing to capital ships and open fire. Okay, all right, now we got a battle. Here's how the battle played out. I informed Tony of that. Okay, now that what's your next move?
And
And
the
you just
rebels won.
and
That's
right,
what happens. The
and
rebels
that,
won.
you just go back and forth. But that's done in it. I'm tracking how long that battle took versus everything else happening in the world or universe, or galaxy, whatever it is. It may have been 3 turns. It may have been half a turn, whatever it was. Um, but it's laid out in time. That's much easier. And maybe I've got somebody that comes and plays a session with me face to face or online, and not everybody does. That's fine. Doesn't matter if that session takes 3 hours, 4 hours, 2 weeks, or 5 minutes, whatever was going on within that session, because I have a list of how long it takes to do things, I can, as long as somebody's taking notes on what happened in that session, I can take that session note and say, okay, here's how it fits with everything else. This is something we didn't cover in the first uh, episode or whatever of this, because I kind of got stunned by a few things. But that's how you handle that. Now, as long as I'm keeping good notes and keeping good track of time in the live session, it can be butted up against the play-by-post sessions. And what we were talking about was like using something like a day planner or your own roster. You know, here's how many turns were played out. Here's what happened on every turn, because everybody wrote me out a little statement of what was going on for each turn. And another neat after effect of doing this, if you're somebody who likes to tell people about your campaign through campaign logs or whatever, it instantly generates a campaign log. You have a list of events outlined that you can fill in narrative details if you want to make it into like you can turn it into a story, because you have point by point what happened, and you can write it or just put it out that way. But it generates an immediate log. And another great tool or utility of that tool is you can go back and say, it's like having the minutes of a meeting. You can go back to the minutes of last week. We discussed this, that, and the other thing. Well, last week, here's exactly what happened. Instead of going, well, I kind of remember, but I went on a 3-day bender with my brother-in-law over Christmas break, and I don't really remember what we did last session. You don't have to worry, because if you've got that time frame, it's all laid out for you in a easy to understand chronological manner. And it plays out coherently too.
That sounds so much more logical than everybody being on their own different timeline.
Yeah. You become doing that. It sounds like it's like a DM having different appointment sessions with different people at different times. Well, I mean, we all run busy schedules, and I guess that makes some sense in some ways. Well, I can't do it on Tuesday, so I got to do it on Wednesday. Okay, then we'll just play your part of the game on Wednesday, and then I'll go back and somehow fit it all together later. But that sounds like a giant headache if you're not using structured time. If you're using this real time stuff, I don't know how the hell that would ever work out. It doesn't make sense on the 1-for-1 that these people talk about. 1 day of time, 1 day of real time means 1 day of game time. The real reason that becomes a big issue is the way it's explained. It sounds like the meter's running all the time. In the discussion of this, let's see if I can find it. He says somewhere in here, say one guy comes back 4 days later. Okay. Where is that? Day for day basis. That's where the thing is. Okay. It's 4 actual days later. So you pack it in for the night and 4 actual days later. So it's what he's saying is, because you didn't play for 4 days, when you come to play the next time, it's going to be 4 days later in the game. What if nobody can play? What if it's Christmas break and everybody's got to go to grandma's house for 2 weeks because it's 1986 and everybody goes on vacation for Christmas or go visiting or whatever? And we can't play until after Christmas. And you're playing this 1-for-1 stuff.
And you should be punished. That's what should happen.
It makes it sound like, now I've had one guy say, no, that's not true. You're not sitting looking at your watch. But right there, to me, it says 4 actual days later, on day 55, player characters B and B enter the dungeon and find the area. So it sounds like the thing's still running. But what he's saying, if you read the rest of it, is that 4 days later, because these people were so far away, it took them 4 days to get to the dungeon and meet up with everybody else. But that's 4 actual days in the world later, or in real world later. Why? I mean, who's sitting around for 4 days and who's playing for 4 days? Is nobody playing for 4 days? Are you just saying we're just going to do it 4 days from now? Sooner or later, this thing runs into a hitch that doesn't seem to make a hell of a lot of sense, or makes it just too unwieldy to handle. And that's why I just don't see why there's people that are fanatic that this is the only way to play. And you should try it, because once you try it, you'll never go back because it's that great. No, I think that what I've got, I agree that once you've used things like Fog of War and Wargames and a decent time mechanism in these games, they add a level of detail that is not overwhelming or makes the game unplayable, but makes it more interesting, more enjoyable, and more dynamic. And if you would give it a chance, instead of screeching complexity at everything, you might be surprised how cool this is to play. But that's what these one for one guys are saying too. And people largely tell them to go F themselves because they're pretty fanatic about it. But I don't think it's the same thing. I don't see how one for one can be beneficial or have any utility. It's convoluted and crazy. So I'm sticking with my turn based, which I think is a great system. All you got to do is write down what you're doing for the turn.
Well, the thing that disturbs me about the idea of the one for one is that now my game time and my real life time are intermingled, and I can't always control my real life time. You say the game is a an exercise in making good choices or making interesting choices.
Yeah.
But if my choices in the game are limited by the things that occur in my life, like my mom getting sick or me having to watch my grandkids or some other unexpected illness pops up and I'm not able to play for 3 or 4 days, now I'm like, oh, I don't want to ever be put in a position where I have to choose real life or my game, or feeling where now I'm out of source. Like say I've got a really great team of people I enjoy playing with, and stuff starts to happen. And this has happened to me before through no fault of my own. And the game did dissolve mainly, I think, partly because I couldn't be present for it when I needed to be, because there was just too much going on in my real life world at the time. But if that were something where it always killed a game every time you had to miss a session or every time someone else could play more frequently than you did just because they decided to. Um, that that seems like a way where you would guarantee to split groups up and just end games prematurely. I
Right.
don't think I'm
At
reading
some
it
point,
wrong, but it just seems like,
at one point in the thing, it says there'll be an indicator. Like here, it says this is particularly true with regard. Oh wait, you will know when the adventuring of one such group has gone far enough ahead in game time to call a halt. Bro, what if I'm playing? It's Saturday. This is the 2 hours I get to play. But somehow I've played too far, so I have to stop and wait for some guy that has to come back from Florida because he's visiting his grandma for 2 weeks. Now, um, in today's day and age, I've got text, and if I use the the turns, a structured game turn, all he's got to do is sneak away from. I'm assuming that mom won't let you text at grandma's house. I don't know why, but maybe you can just text it. But whatever happens, you can just get on your phone and text me, hey, bro, here's what my Star Destroyer is going to do. Now I'm going to go eat grandma's sweet potato pie. Tell me how it turns out by text, and we'll just keep playing. It doesn't matter that you're at grandma's house now, as long as you can text on your phone. I don't need to worry about all this stuff. Where I mean, maybe this made more sense in 1978, where some people couldn't use the phone or whatever the deal was, and all that. But now I'm constantly in communication with anybody I want to be anywhere in the world as long as my battery's charged. Why would I need to have separate sessions for certain people or stop in any way, shape, or form, or even have a situation where people are at different points on the same timeline? All of a sudden, we're playing, looks like playing MC Multiverse, no, 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 no. Here's what I'm doing for the next 4 hours. And every player in the campaign gives me a card saying, here's what they're doing for the next 4 hours. And they do, or 6 hours or 8 hours or whatever it is. And they do that consistently for each turn. Now, the only thing stopping you from playing is the server's down and the message didn't get to my inbox. And everything's all happening at the same time. You cannot beat that. Can't beat it. Right?
right. Yeah, no, that sounds reasonable.
And it doesn't matter if it's you giving me orders to play or some downtime where you're telling me, well, I'm making a magical potion or I'm training to learn how to, use a broadsword or whatever it is. It's all the same. It's all happening turn by turn by turn across weeks, months, years of in-game time. So all you need is disciplined, attentive players who are willing to spend a few minutes writing an order for a turn, and understanding that even then, I've done this. I've done what they call play by post, and they call it play by post because you're posting on the internet somewhere, posting on a message board, posting on a Discord, posting a email, whatever it may be, where they go, I don't have time. I'm working at 8 hours at this place. If they catch me using the email for personal uses, I'll get in trouble. All right. Even still, you could. So all you got to do then is go, all right, well, I'm going to have to give you three of these. If they're 8 hours and we're playing playing a 24-hour day, I'll have to write out for 3 turns in my off time. Okay, now you're talking about something no bigger than a couple of Twitter posts that you have to write out to keep up with a game, even if you're out of the loop because you've got to work at the salt mines all day.
Oh, not the salt mines.
Yeah, right. We can't beat that. If you can't, and maybe you can't. Some people got jobs that are real demand. I get it, man. If you're working the flight line at the airport, maybe that's not going to work out for you on schedule wise. Sucks. But that's not the fault of the system. You ain't playing any game no matter what because you're out there with those kick-ass lights telling the plane where to go or whatever. So you can't do it. So, but as long as you can slip off an email or a text message to, and most of us can, you're connected to the game you can play. That beats whatever the hell this is in that DMG, even if Gary wrote it. And God love Gary. Everybody loves Gary. Gary made a cool game. But you ain't got to do that anymore because I love living in the past. I love playing in the past, but not when it comes to having to run across my house to get a phone. I busted my foot bad running after the phone when it was wired one time. I like that all I got to do is reach in my pocket to get it. You know what I mean? So there you go. I think it's a pretty simple sell. What else? Magenta, what other angles of this have we not covered that we need to recover? Whatever.
Well, I think we didn't talk about, like, you mentioned dividing the day into different time periods. For people who are playing a more traditional kind of game where they're all, either everybody is meeting in a virtual space to do a virtual tabletop, or they're doing an actual tabletop at a friend's house or whatever. If you've got a section where you're adventuring and you're in a group and you've got your regular time that passes when you're like traveling through the woods to grandmother's house or wherever the monsters are, and then you've also got, you run into a monster and all of a sudden now you have to take a closer look at how quickly things are talking, or things are taking place, I should say, so you can have some simultaneity in your combat. If you wanted to go over, like, kind of how that works and why, it goes from registering, time in a factor of, 1 hour to now all of a sudden you're managing it on a 6-second basis, so you can see, what happens after I strike you with my sword, what happens next,
Right. If I'm
event-based time, I guess, is what I'm saying. Like, the time itself doesn't change, but you're checking in on it more frequently when you have a combat situation, because things are just happening more quickly in a combat situation.
Right. And that is an attempt to, like you said, get simultaneity going. And I'm trying to think of a good way of analogizing what the deal is here. Well, I tell you what. Let's use somebody that's more articulate than I, and let's go back to Gary because hilariously, Gary's got the solution to the problem that, in my opinion, he created in the DMG. So right here in the other book. Did you just, was that a seed? Was that a seed? That was a seed.
What seed?
I just heard a noise that sounded like you were spitting out a seed.
No, I was that was my baby kitty.
Oh,
She's come in the room right now and she's being a little bit
sassy.
nosy.
Sassy.
She's being nosy.
Okay.
She's like, "What you doing? How about I sniff your microphone and step all over your glasses and your cell phone?"
Oh. There you go. She's got to be there. Bear with me, folks.
Say hi, baby.
Well, anyway, you want different scales for different time scales. When you're doing combat, you want simultaneity. You're not going to sit around and watch for 6 minutes or 10 minutes why a bunch of people whack at your party. Let's do it to you this. Talk about it this way. If you have what they call side initiative or group initiative, where player group rolls initiative, and monster group rolls initiative, one die. Whoever wins that side gets to do everything they want. Your side loses. You're watching. Let's say it's 8. There's 5 of you and 8 of them. So you're going to watch 8 people or 8 monsters attack your people, cause damage, and there's nothing you can do because the time scale is high and the individual and the initiative is set so that they all get to do what they want. And you add in applying damage instantaneously, then they're all basically getting free shots at you. And whatever's left, if they kill one of your people, then one or something, whatever's left gets to reply. Whereas if it and some people go, it's not about realism, but whereas if you were being attacked and rushed by a bunch of people, you would respond. You're not if a giant green pig-faced roaring monster is coming at you, you're not going to just stand there and watch him swing a giant axe at your head. You're going to do something. You'll charge back. You'll be prepared. You'll take your own swing. A fight in reality is a one-on-one or group-on-group people all doing everything they can to get the jump on one another all at the same time. And why you can't simulate that in a turn-based system, because it would be chaos that you couldn't arbitrate, by having a shorter time scale, you can get closer to it.
Right. So if I get to respond after 6 seconds of being wailed on by an orc with an axe, I have a better chance of fending him off than if I have to wait 15 minutes of him just hacking away at my neck with his axe.
Right. And then so some people say, well, there's one way to fix that. Now, of course, it's getting more into design than time. But some people say, well, you can just apply damage at the end of the round, and that makes it more like simultaneous, which is somewhat true. But the majority of people get upset when you have to do that kind of record keeping. So
you'd have to be marking down what happened with each. Well, even still,
Right.
if they're able to take multiple hits at me before I can respond, then
Right.
regardless of whether you're calculating the damage done in real time or waiting till the end of the turn, they're still getting to damage me a whole lot before I can damage them at
Right.
all.
Right.
And
So.
by the time I am able to damage them, I'm probably so weak I can't do a damn thing except go, whoa.
Mm-hmm. So that's why the time changes from place to place like that.
Well, and the time's not really changing. You're just checking in on the time more frequently, right? I mean, you may have a battle that lasts for 10 minutes and you're checking in on it every 6 seconds. So a lot of activity is happening as far as you finding out what's going on in those 10 minutes, but it's not a change in how long time moves. It's just how
Right.
frequently you're
So
aware of it,
here's how
right?
it's explained. You're right. Here's how it's explained in the player's manual, and this can apply to all other types. It's just we're not just talking about D&D, but it originates in D&D, or at least in the minds of most RPGs, it does. But uh, okay, in adventuring below ground, a turn in the dungeon lasts 10 minutes. In combat, the turn is further divided into 10 melee rounds or simply rounds, meaning they're a minute apiece because there's 10 of them in a 10, So those rounds are then subdivided into segments for purposes of determining initiative, because in AD&D, initiative is not side based, though people that want to discard all the rules for supposed simplicity, but it's not, because the intent is to try to make everything happen as close to at the same time as possible. Thus, a turn is 10 minutes, a round is 1 minute, segment is 6 seconds. Outdoor time is measured in days, usually subdivided into daylight movement and night movement periods. Thus, while actual time playing is about the same for a dungeon adventure, the game time spent is much greater in the case of outdoor adventures. That words it makes it sound like it's some relative thing, and it's not supposed to be, but it does explain how things differ. And if you look at that, it is the more likely you are to run into something, um, the shorter the time span of a turn. But it is a turn, and that's the whole point. And that those logically divided turns, that's how that works. Makes things work good in the campaign as well as in combat.
Makes sense. Excuse me.
Yep.
I mean, I think that's what I feel more comfortable with is that idea of time doesn't change based on the person or the character. It changes based on, I mean, how you handle time. Because the time itself is still rolling along relatively steady. You're just looking at it more frequently when you need to because things are happening faster in combat. They're happening back to back to back with no space in between to breathe. And
Right.
then, versus when you mosey up to the bar in the tavern, you're moseying. So you're taking your time. It can take you an hour to get settled in, order your drink and your food and buy your supplies or catch up on the local gossip or whatever your intent is when you arrive there. It does not have to be, oh, what are you doing 6 seconds later from when you entered the door? You don't need to track it that closely and minutely.
Right. I just messed up a typing thing. That's why I'm shaking my head. But yeah, no, you're right. Mm-hmm.
I thought you were disagreeing with me, and we were going to have to break out the dice
No,
to resolve this battle.
no, that was just me boning up a Twitter tweet again. I was just trying to get some more people involved. But yeah, that's the general gist. So it's all about, you know coordinating, time, and It's one of these things where a lot of people, I think, perceive it as being more complex, but if you really break it down, it's simpler and more structured than coming up with schemes or trying to work around it by, well, it just feels like this, or we'll just say it happened then. The example I used last time was in conjunction with other rules mechanics, like having a DM that can arbitrate what you can see and what you can't. In a war game, a lot of people, I think, don't like war games because it's like a giant, complicated chess match if you only have one person versus one person. If you have one, it's better to have teams. If you have teams versus teams and you have a GM, then you have a much better experience because you have fog of war. And the time is of the essence in war more than anything. And so it should be strictly take anything like Gettysburg. The reinforcements that showed up on both sides, they showed up at the times they did for various reasons that were played out in their special circumstances: exhaustion, distance, terrain, all, the time,
Not getting the message in time.
when they received the orders to make the move. Exactly. And that was pivotal to certain parts of that battle. And the only way to simulate that is to have some time in there. If you're playing some battle, say like some Civil War or Revolutionary War, whatever battle, and you don't have a GM and you don't have time, how are you governing how people move? It may not say it moves this far in this amount of time. It may just say it moves this many hexes. But if you break that down, what's the size of the map? What's the scale of the map? Even if it's doesn't say it has one, there probably is one. Some of these games are so ultra simple that they don't cover these sort of things. But if you look at a map and the map says, okay, 1 hex equals 1 mile or whatever, right? How many hexes can you move a turn? 1. Okay, so you can move 1 mile per turn. Well, what's the unit? Well, it's a bunch of men. It's a revolutionary infantry, so it's 800 men or whatever. Okay, so they're walking about 3 miles per hour. If they're if how much time does it take to walk 1 mile? A third of an hour. Now you know how, whether you like it or not, you've just established a time structure.
Right. Even though it doesn't explicitly tell you how much time, the movement rate is the time.
Right. If you don't have that, what's changed? Why aren't you just hyperspacing these units right up to the front? Why aren't you
those board based war games like that? They also have time is represented in the fact that you can move or attack, but you can't really do both. You have a certain amount of what you can do, and that would represent different amounts of time too, because it takes time to attack.
Depends on, but right. Yeah. So, but if you don't have a strict time and you see some attack massing on your right flank, well, okay, then I'm going to take everything that I can and throw it at the right flank. Whereas if time was there, there'd be all sorts of reasons why it might not be that simple. And the joy of the excitement, the tension, the interest, and the interesting decisions and strategy is going, how am I going to get that? What am I going to do about that? Within these restrictions that are created by time, weather, terrain, but time is one of them. And when you take all these things out because it's expedient and it's too complicated to use them, you're destroying those experiences and you're making a less dynamic game. It may be easier, but you're missing out on all of that interesting stuff. There's some people, and I don't know what it is, if people are just, I just want to play with toy soldiers, but be called an adult. So I have to have some rule structure, even though I don't want it. And I would just rather pretend with the toy soldiers. Here's my advice. Don't worry about it. No one's going to call you a child. Just do it. I'll sit down with Legos and play with them right now, just like I was a 10-year-old. I'll go right in that sandbox right now, and I got an ARP card. I'll go in that sandbox and use my finger to dig a trench and tie up some fireworks to that thing. And I don't give a shit. I don't have to play a war game. I'll do it just like I did when I was 9 years old and have a ball doing it. But I do like playing games too. But the games have some structure. And as I said in the last version of this episode, the best description of a good game I ever heard was it's a series of interesting decisions. And when you destroy time in your campaign, you're removing a long series of interesting decisions.
Right. That's the challenge for me. It's almost like a puzzle playing whether it's a war game or an RPG. It's a puzzle figuring out how to accomplish your goal without dying and doing it in a way that's still within the rules, and it's open-ended in a lot of these. It's like nobody says, okay, you're faced with this. Do you do this or do you do that? No, it's okay, you're faced with this monster. What do you do?
Right, exactly that.
And then it's up to you. And you could say, and I kind of like, I think sometimes, and I know this irritates you actually, because I've seen this happen in our games where I'm like, yeah, I want to do something totally ridiculous that no one else would ever think of. And you're like, oh, great. Now I got to figure out how to resolve that. What the hell? Why would anybody do that? And I'm like, yeah, I don't know. Seems like a good idea at the time.
and sometimes that's exactly why, of course, we're fading out from the timekeeping again. But real quick, sometimes that's why it's just a little bit easier and more interesting to just kind of forgo rules and go with a DM. If you all want to play a war game but don't want to learn a war game, find somebody who's played a lot of war games, and he'll just, like me, and I'll just set something up. You won't have to learn a damn thing. Just give your troops
I still
orders.
don't know a damn thing. I just wing it every time.
But you don't even have to learn. Just tell me what you want your people to do, and I'll arbitrate the rest. You don't have to learn anything. And that's the best way to do it, because these things, like you say, where somebody goes, well, how would I handle that? And they're flipping through a book to find some obscure rule or ruling that may not even exist because nobody expected to have to account for that inside the rules manual. Instead, you just get a person who goes, well, let me think about it. How would that play out logically? And I'll make a ruling based on that. As long as you trust a DM and you're mature enough to abide by any ruling, even if you disagree with it, without making the game into a big fight. Because we used to do it that way, and I had two brothers who would argue every damn thing. We just didn't play anymore because there wasn't a game. There was, no, you're not right.
Right.
But as long as you can avoid those two things, there's no reason why you need anything other than some dice and a bunch of people that can think, have some imagination to play these games. You don't need a rule. There is a statement from Gary, or at least attributed to Gary. There's some debate on the history of it, as whether it's, but anyway, basically it says this, that we being TSR, the makers of this game, the company, we'd be ruined if the players ever found out they didn't need the rules to play. Because the reality is you don't really. You can just, wing it and stuff like that. Now, I'm not always a fan of that for a variety of reasons, but it's not that I don't hate the idea too, and I'd love to sit down and do it with some people that way as well.
It's an option if you have it requires it's a trust exercise in that case.
Right.
You
Mhm.
have to have a GM that you trust to be fair to you because not everybody's going to feel that way. Is if you're playing with someone you've never played with before, you're wondering, does this DM actually even like me? Are they going to be fair to me? If it's all up to them in deciding whether or not I can do something and there's no rule book to follow, are they going to be fair or are they going to show favoritism to someone else that they like in the game, or just because they don't like me, they're going to like try and get my character killed or something.
Right.
Who knows?
Sure. So
If you feel that way, you can't go with what you're talking about.
right.
But that's all a part of choosing the right uh,
Right.
game master or dungeon master. You don't
Right.
want to choose someone you don't trust.
So back to time to kind of, episode 3, which is actually just chapter 3, but I wrote episode because I kind of like the idea of doing a whole series on this, but it didn't really plan out to be that way. So anyway, but the only well, that's me just being funny because if you find a different solution, good for you. But um, I do believe that this may be the best way, if not the only workable way to do it. But um, just poking on the bear a little bit. But anyway, a game term is uh, a controlled time unit that applies to all players equally. Turns prevent timeline conflicts, like we've been talking about, by ensuring all factions, locations, and player actions remain synchronized based on that time control time unit. They can change, as we've discussed, based on what's going on. There's a 6-second fast-paced round for when things are there's a big melee and everything combat, and it matters. Seconds matter in combat. Exploring something a little bit different. Exploring a dungeon, you don't have to have everything all the time. So it goes up to 10 minutes. And that's for you walking around a dungeon, looking for traps, using your torch to maybe find a secret door, or see what's up ahead of you in a murky deal. Travel turns, depending on how big the realm is and stuff like that, or the hex used. Because hexes, one thing is, I don't think we covered it on this section, is there's 3 major things that tell people about games more than any blurb, discussion, or introduction, and that is what's its time scale, what's its unit scale, and what's its ground scale. These are used in wargaming, but contrary to popular belief, they are also used in RPG. What's the um, ground scale in a dungeon in AD&D? I believe it's 6 feet per square. What's the time? 10 minutes per turn until combat happens. Then it goes to 1 minute, and it can even go down to 6 seconds depending on how combat plays out. Downtime. This is something the 1-for-1 people they're always talking about. 1-for-1 changes the game completely because it gives you this downtime rule system. As far as I can see it, all that is communication with players outside of the established game session is what they mean. And we always did that. And we always did things outside of the game session. I was a nerdy kid as a young. I would take the thing to dinner. I didn't want to hear about whatever stupid conversation adults were having. It bored me, you know. And right, so
Adults are still boring.
right. But so I'd be okay. Well, let's figure out. I'd work on some portion of the campaign that I was running. Maybe it was drawing a map, but it might be the kind of downtime thing you're thinking about. Okay, this player's created this magic item or has completed this or figuring out XP for my people or whatever it was. So we always working outside of that anyway. So, but in my systems, the downtime doesn't differentiate from the standard campaign turn, travel turn, or campaign turn. And it doesn't here either. It's listed as 1 week versus from anywhere from 1 week to 1 month, which is okay. That works. Same. But you got to have that consistency, whether you're out adventuring or you're back at base or in the your castle or whatever. It doesn't change the campaign turn time. You just have a list of how long it takes to do things, no matter what they are. Choose the right one for your game.
Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt, but do any games currently have a list that indicates
Sure.
in-game time it takes to do things? Okay.
Sure. Lots of them do, and some of them aren't. Maybe it's not a list, but they'll enumerate it some other way within the rules. Some things are variable, like how long it takes to heal, but you still know how to figure out what that time is, even if it's different from case to case. So once you've figured out how long it is, you can still write it in your planner with everything else. Thundar the Barbarians, it's going to take him 4 weeks to recover from the massive wounds he had. Okay. You had to figure it out. It was 4 weeks based on a roll or some other mechanic, perhaps. But at the end of the day, you've got your answer, even if it's not specifically just this number or whatever. So, but choosing the right length for a campaign turn is, you need to do it. If you have a hex that is 250 miles,
Sorry.
it's very large. But if you have like a 20-mile hex, but you only have a 3-hour campaign turn, then you're going to find that you have people that are going to spend multiple times in one hex, and that doesn't really play out right. So you're going to have to find
Well,
something.
make your hex is smaller then.
Maybe that would be, or your game time longer. Either way, those two scales are not in sync, and they need to be adjusted so that they are. That's why you have to choose the right length. Synchronizing all player actions within a turn. That's easy to do. Once you have a list of how long it takes anybody in the world to do the same thing, oh, did anybody hear that? Good Lord. But yeah, once you have that list of how long it takes to, set up a catapult or whatever it is, then everybody's got it, and you can have a list of, here's what I'm doing. If my turn is 4 hours, how much can you pack into 4 hours? Well, here's a list of all the things you could do. And here, so you go, okay, I want to do this. I'm gonna, whatever it is. Maybe I'm gonna buy the catapult, drag it to, this field and open it, set it up and fire it. Okay, it takes this long to buy it. It takes this long to move it to this position. It takes this long to set it up, and you can fire it all within one turn. Maybe it takes 3 turns, whatever it is, But you're just having people write out what they can do within that time span by looking at the chart, saying this is how long it takes to do stuff. And you can adjusting pacing for storytelling is well, that's fairly simple to do. What they're looking at is if you get a random adventure or a random encounter, you're going to change the pacing based on that, something of that nature. You might want to slow things down. Like for an example here, when the fast forward time, not very often. I'm not a fan of fast forwarding time very often. The whole point of all of this is to try to escape that. But if you don't say it can happen sometime, people go, But so if you know nothing's going to go down for whatever reason, when you're traveling through a place that's you're on the road, whatever road. We know this road is safe. These lands have been, cleaned out of any wandering monsters. The country's very secure. There's no bandits, and we know it, whatever. Then you may not have to go day by day or week by week. Maybe you can just go month by month, because it doesn't, ain't nothing going to happen. I don't agree with healing and jumping ahead on healing and recovery.
Unless you have a back to tank.
Yeah, but that's not. Don't do that. It'll just
You have a
screw shit
back
up.
to tank.
Don't fast forward stuff that like that. Don't do that.
I paid all that money for a back to tank.
You resolve them in a single summary when they're all done. You know, some of this shit, but anyway. But like it says, combat encounters, precision needed, difficult choices, give them time to react, time sensitive challenges. When you must act quickly, you want a slow, a shorter time. Slow and fast really aren't the right words. You want a shorter time scale. 10 seconds, 6 seconds versus 1 minute length or 2 minute length. Slow and fast aren't really the right choices.
Because time's still moving the same speed. You're just checking in on the action more frequently.
Well, yeah, so fuck all that though. That stuff's no good. It just gets into fast forwarding. Don't fast forward. It's not that, the whole point is you shouldn't have to fast forward. It's what changing the time scale, lengthening the time scale to be appropriate. It's not the same as fast forwarding. It's bad terminology that this thing is using. Don't fast forward. Fast forward means I'm going to skip all the pertinent details because I don't think they matter until they do. And if you're going to destroy all the detail, you're destroying all the story. You're destroying all the drama. If you just want to fast forward to a fight, I hate that stuff. Nothing spells boredom, and nothing drains me of enjoyment more than people constantly skipping over pertinent detail. The whole point of this thing is you don't have to, because you're restraining it in a different way, as opposed to deleting it and ignoring it. You're putting it in a structured system so it's manageable and plays out in a coherent fashion. That's the point. So much for this summary. It sucks.
Well, I think that it makes more sense to do it, based on the activity and what's needed for that as far as the time. So everything that you summed up, I agree with on that. Just from my perspective of my limited play experience, it tells me that that's the right way to do it.
Yeah. Well, like I say, this stuff all comes out of wargaming. A lot of people don't. I don't know why that's a controversial thing to say, but it is with some people.
Why does wargaming get such a bad rap with people who play RPGs? I'll never understand.
But I tell you, here's the thing. I did play RPGs. I didn't play a lot of them at Gen Con, because the people that showed up to Gen Con, like, I don't want to sound too down on people, but I couldn't. Come on, this isn't that. So I went to a retro gaming convention one time with a friend, and I really wanted to get into this business of kind of buying and selling collectible retro games and building retro game products. And it didn't work out well, but that's what I was looking for. And he was new to the whole thing, and he goes, so we pull into the parking lot to go to the convention, and he says, well, what is your target audience? How do you identify somebody that's interested in this kind of thing? And right in front of my car, standing on the sidewalk, was this dude with a Def Leppard shirt on. He was whiter than me. His skin wasn't completely clear. He had long black unfinished hair. He had a Mountain Dew and a bag of Cool Ranch, and he was a little bit less than than board thin, and to say the least. And I said, I think that's kind of the guy. And pretty much,
That's
pretty
him
much
right
who
there.
yeah,
That guy.
those are the guys. And that was a lot of the RPG people back in Gen Con in the 80s. And I don't, please don't be insulted, but sometimes we would, I would play a lot of war games. We kind of mock, you know, they just didn't seem like they seemed like antisocial people trying to be social. So I didn't play a lot of it there. And they were probably over, a lot of those guys were probably, I assume, and gals were over there going, look at those fascists with their Docksider shoes and their Republican war games or whatever, that kind of shit. Because the guys playing war games in the 80s, a lot of them, they look like that meme of feds at the at a barbecue. They were all they dressed like they should have been in the sequel to Caddyshack with the with the thing up, and all that, with the collar up. So it was just a different vibe. But and there's always that kind of cross rivalry that goes on. It used to be a lot more friendly than it was negative, but I just never really played a lot of RPGs. I did play some, but anyway. So I don't know why there's such a difference. It really does come out of the same place, and we always had the timekeeping done just like it was done out of wargaming. Like I said, the last time we ran this episode, or the first iteration or whatever you call it earlier, all these guys, Arneson and Gygax and all that stuff, I was just going through some old magazines. I got Panzerfaust from the early 70s, where it's just, there's a ton of Gygax articles in there about war games. They were all playing war games in the late 60s, early 70s. And all of this RPG stuff came out of that. Kriegspiel is the original war game, and it's as much an RPG as anything. War games and RPGs are the same, and it's the same thing. Playing a war game is an RPG.
It's just a different role, isn't it?
Right. That's all you're doing.
One is you're playing the role of a heroic adventurer,
right,
looking to save Middle Earth or whatever iteration you're playing, and the other is you're playing as a general or a strategist or commander of a small arms unit trying to
absolutely that.
accomplish your military goals or whatever.
And the best thing that you can do, the best games that you can play, in my humble opinion, merge them back together. They make it all the same thing. You're playing a role, but you've got this, the interesting strategy, stuff like that. And that's why I'm playing these. All I'm really interested right now in, and probably will be as I round out things in the hobby, but a large open world that has a conflict or potential for conflict, and the ability to play as an individual and but maybe a commander of troops and stuff like that too.
Oh, now that's interesting, David. One of your old games you play as gods. That could be interesting. I thought I was getting a game like that. It was called Black and White, and it advertised itself as one where you were playing the role of a god. But basically, you just had a creature that you controlled, and it was a really unwieldy game as far as how the movement with the mouse was. But otherwise, it was kind of fun. But yeah, I I thought I was getting a game where you actually played the role of one of the Greek gods or something like that. And I thought I was going to have a lot of fun throwing thunderbolts, but it wasn't anything like that.
But yeah, so it's all the same thing. So so as far as the timekeeping, that's the way it was always done. And it seems like the most efficient and logical way to do it. And, the one for one doesn't make much sense, and just ignoring it makes even less sense. because you're just, it's the same thing as ignoring weather and all that stuff in these games. Why would
Right.
you, if you want immersion, why wouldn't you have weather? If you want immersion, why wouldn't you have ecology? I mean, even like I sometimes I think it's because you use the word ecology, and that just sounds like something that should be in a science book in high school, and that sounds boring because who the hell wants to go back to school? But if you're going, through some immersive video game, why is it immersive? Because every detail has been considered. When it's raining, the tree bark looks wet. It's darker, and it's a tree and it's bark. And if you're in, you know, northern Wisconsin, there'll be a lot of birch trees out in the forest. It'll have a lot of grassy underbrush and birch trees, and it'll be cold and shitty if it's March, but it'll look like that. If it's
Pretty much at
Florida,
least 8 months out of the year.
right, and if it's Florida, there'll be Everglades, and it'll have the cut. You won't like you don't have to be somebody that like you don't have to know. I don't know what the hell grows on the side of a hill in Massachusetts. I don't give a shit, but it looks natural if you pick the right kind. Like if you drive down 41, or maybe not that ain't that way now because God knows what they've done to all the shit. But back in the day, I used to drive down old 41 on the west side of Indiana, coming out of Gary, and you get down south of Gary in closer to the middle of the middle west part of that state, and there's this stuff called crown vetch on every side of the road, purple, just miles in some cases of it. I didn't know it was called crown vetch for years, but it just looked natural. And when I went, if you will go play a game where you're in that area of Indiana, I expect to see, okay, um, uh, that kind of stuff, that kind of vegetation.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, details can be important, and I think they do make for better stories when you have details included that make it realistic. And especially if those details, if they're relevant to the story. Like if, for instance, you're just mentioning a field of clover just to kind of set the stage, I mean, maybe you don't have to mention it. But if it's something like that's enormously large clover, there must be a rabbit of enormous size nearby.
Right,
Sorry, Monty
right.
Python reference, but it could be relevant, and so mentioning it might be something that you want to, as a player, you want to go, what? Well, I wonder what that's about. Maybe that's a clue to something. Makes it interesting to try and figure that out too. Just my perspective, but
Yeah, right. So, but the point is that details do matter, and they contribute to the immersion.
right. And when you're
So
talking about
the
games, like war
the,
games in
the ever
particular,
present constant drive to rip them from gaming just ugh, now they're not fun.
oh, before you get all freaky, I know, but just to prove your point, though, um, yeah, I mean, time and weather and all of that really does make a difference in a lot of war games. Like Napoleon certainly, I think, made a difference to him. Made a difference when Hitler was trying to invade Russia. You know, he did it at the wrong time. Made a big, huge difference in the history of the world. In that case, what happened. So
Oh, yeah, right. Weather plays it
yeah,
plays in everything.
he was defeated. Oh, some would say he was defeated by the Russian weather.
Hmm. It matters.
Possible. I mean, there were
Time,
other factors. I won't say
time,
all
and
that, but
weather.
it was a critical factor.
Yeah, all that matters, and it
Uh-huh.
doesn't. I don't see how it's such a burden. Why? What's so burdensome about it? But if you don't want it, then you know why are you playing in the like we said earlier? if all the things that surround wilderness play are tedious and all that, then why are you playing in the wilderness? But maybe that's why there's so many people going, I like dungeon crawls now.
Right.
You know? But now everybody wants to go to Indiana. We were talking about Indiana, the details of Indiana, why me want to go, he says. Tony says, but yeah, so, time causes drama, the race against the clock, How can we make it to the next city before darkness falls? Because when darkness falls, the freaks come out at night, baby. It's a totally different world in the forest at night, because now the things that were nocturnal or goes, now you got maybe hungry wolves, or maybe that monster that only, operates at night for whatever magical reason or whatever, something, whatever. So,
Nocturnal giants who stomp
yeah,
through your camp in the middle of the
right.
night.
Yeah.
Like
You
that.
know, the
Yeah.
wraith are out or whatever it is, but yeah, that kind of stuff plays in. But it gets to be, it's all too much and all. Okay, well, then I guess I'll go flip on Yar's Revenge and play that.
Yar's Revenge.
Yeah. Which is a good one. So, David says weather is certainly meaningful in the Viking campaign. I have a Viking campaign. Nobody would play it, but I know Dave wanted me playing that one too, and I can't do it. I can't roll. Me and Roll20 just don't. I can't do it. Cold is important. Rain and wind are important for a crew that has to row when there's no wind. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I went on a shit. I don't know how long that thing was. It barely did two people, but it was some mini little sailboat that this friend of mine had, and we got out there, and then the wind died. That sucked. It went from a we were out there listening to parrot rock and sipping on some good drinks, and all of a sudden the wind went dead. It went from pleasure to work in a blink. But yeah, it matters. Fatigue matters. I'm one of these guys where a lot of
Ouch.
a lot of these fanatics, these brosser types were, these old men, they haven't read that book since they were 11 and they think they remember the rules and they don't. I hate that ageist talk, but they're guilty as charged, because when I've gone back and looked at AD&D, and I don't look at basically what I don't need to. I can reference the charts and all that, and that's good enough. But I went back and I read it with more detail, and I forget that one of the things that was discussed is fatigue. That and it's measured by the time mechanism. That every sixth turn, at least your party should have to rest, because hauling stuff around, takes a lot of, wind out of you. So does fighting for your life. Combat, especially when you're, decked out in plate mail and stuff, is tuckers you out. So they did figure into fatigue. Nowadays, if I brought in the idea of fatigue in a war game, you'd get all the usual words, and if all gaming's ever going to be is all the usual words when you try to do something new, then gaming's going to get dull and boring. So I that's why I have all these options on as much as possible. It's not raw anymore, because the other thing that I've kind of reminded myself of in rereading these manuals is I didn't like everything about them. I didn't like every rule, and I didn't agree with every estimation that Gary had about certain things, because these rules were filled with his commentary as much as his instruction. And I know I've told this story before, and I don't.
Oh, if you rest in your armor, you don't get a full rest, David says in the new
I don't.
rules. That's
I don't.
interesting.
I'm going to tell this story again. I went up to Gary at Gen Con to discuss my dismay with certain parts of the manual.
Why
and stuff.
does that not surprise me?
and I wasn't going to fight with him. I just wanted to ask him some questions and have a little private convo with him. And it looked at he was in the main hall, the exhibit hall, where all the people are selling their stuff. And it looked like he was just chilling and maybe having a conversation with other fans that were coming up to talk to him. It didn't look like he wasn't on a stage or a dais or anything like that. So I didn't realize that he was kind of giving this impromptu discussion to a circle of people. So I walked right up to him in the middle of this thing. I mean, I didn't interrupt his sentence, but I walked up to him and he kind of realized, yes. And I was like, this isn't right. And I don't, why do you do this? And I don't really agree with this. And do we really, and he had a very bombastic voice when he wanted to have it. And so he just turned and told everybody that he was conversating with, this one wants this. And it just bellowed it to the surrounding. Oh, what an embarrassing.
How old were you when this
everybody's
happened?
looking. Oh, I wasn't that young, but
How old were you?
God, let's see. When was that? Shit, I got to do math. 10, early teens, I guess, something like that. And I wasn't that young, but 14 or 15, I guess.
Oh yeah,
something like that. And this one, and I felt, but he kind of was joking about it. But I don't agree with all that stuff that he says and everything. But I don't want to do the whole rules as written anymore because I don't like the rules as they're written. I don't agree with some of that stuff, especially the stuff we've been talking about with the time. The way he describes time is a convoluted mess. And what and just using a strict time turn, so many hours per turn or whatever for a campaign turn and all that. That's all you need, and it works 10 times better than what he just. Sorry, I know he's supposed to be God to a lot of people, and you can't like he's come up with everything ever good in gaming. But what I'm using an old war game turn works better, is more clear, and is more effective in creating a living world and coordinating everything without having to do the weird dance that he describes in the DMG. And page 85 is all bullshit. And I hate it. In the DMG.
Are you just trying to piss everyone off now?
that one really got. I really hate that. Note, the gold for XP. Hate it. Sample. It's too cold, so the DM makes us all roll a con save or get a level of fatigue. We have to row instead of sail. Another roll we climb. You have page 84. Yeah. Well, there's a couple things on 84 that ain't that great either. But now 86, though, that's a whole different story.
No, we 86 that one.
Oh, yeah. So sorry, you guys distracted me. So another roll, we climb a snow-covered cliff. Another roll. Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, it's the thing about fatigue in most games is people don't like it because you have to. This is another thing, and I hate to sound like the in my day or whatever, or you kids these days, but I don't really get it. We like, here's the thing. Everybody says, all you need to play is some paper, a pencil, and some dice. Can you hear me all right? It's late and I'm in an apartment, so I got to kind of volume down. Okay. Right. Okay, a pad of paper. Why won't you effing use it? Because every time somebody mentions putting that pencil that you talked about onto that paper, most people lose their ever-loving minds.
Oh,
Like, why? Look, we brought one all the time, and like arrows. There's 20 arrows in the quiver. One, two, just tally marks, and that's all you had to do to count them out. It makes it so much more interesting when you have to consider the fact that once you shoot something through the air, you have to go get it if you want it back. You can't keep doing that forever. And
but
so
I got the unlimited arrow quiver.
yeah, but
I
but
got the unlimited one though.
and the same thing with fatigue. Okay, how many? All you literally have to do is make a tally mark next to the word fatigue. You know, and you could have a this is how much fatigue I've got until you reach a level where you just go, damn it, dude, I can't even stand up anymore, or whatever it is. It's a real simple mechanic that makes things more interesting and more realistic. Now, if you're playing heroic fantasy and you want to be the guy who can just, whip ass all day long because it's this, fantasy world and it's all about being a movie hero and all that, cool. I get that too. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but does it always have to be like that? And what about other games like, you know, Twilight 2000? You ain't running with that 11-pound rifle everywhere all the time. Sooner or later, you're going to be huffing and puffing, no matter how scared about how many bullets are coming down range, stuff like that. Just mark it off. It ain't that big of a deal. What is everybody mocking me? Am I being mocked?
No, but you really should. What you should really do is you should have a you should role play your own war game in a way where you're like the mean drill sergeant role. It's just like you can't even grab a pen and paper or pencil and paper and just give people what for. I think you would be ideal for that role.
Right. It's like, bro, why you keep talking about the pencil and paper if you refuse to use it? I just don't get it. It's not trying to force people into preferences they don't like. It's the how the F does that make sense? Because you're contradicting yourself. I mean, if you're going to play with the paper and pencil, what I'm just saying, I think you should probably. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
But they make it and then what people will do is they'll be like, well, you want a NASA simulation where people have to do algebraic long division, but I'm talking about a tally mark, bro. It's literally just a line on a piece of paper.
Dude, you know what? What I'm going to do is I'm going to become a DM so I can drag you through a game where you have to make 1,000 tally marks.
See, and that's one of the things, because they'll be like, I don't give a shit. It's a mark on a piece of paper.
Okay, we're
I
going
can
to
do it right now.
Challenge accepted. You're going to teach me how to DM, and then I'm going to be the harshest DM you ever saw. I'm going to make you make tally
But
marks.
I don't think I would look. Here's the thing.
No, I'm kidding.
I don't think I'm that harsh, because it didn't take much for people to twist my arm out of half the shit I wanted to do with the campaign I was playing, to the point where
I'm just.
I was like, okay, fine,
Yeah.
So no, I know you're just people think that these things are real hardcore and stuff like that, but I don't think they are. I just think it's interesting to have a little fatigue put into the game. But and apparently so does Gary, which but no smiting pelts.
I'm going to smite pelts till I'm fatigued. God damn it. No, I'm kidding.
So anybody out there any questions more about my about the time and the any of that? Tony, anybody out there got any we've got a lot more people. So here's our test. We're up to 7. So now people, after we've go ahead and anybody got anything to say? How many? I don't know how long they've been in here.
I don't know either, but it's I don't know. It's It's amazing. I think there are more people who tune in later in the evening.
Yeah, it's good to know that. So we are playing Star Wars. That was going on. By the way, guys, if you're going to Tony, I don't know if is Tony still with us? If you're going to play Star Wars, I got to give you some briefings. Dave needs some briefings. The reason you didn't get any today is because we were doing this. Tally every time someone shoots. Oh no, yeah. I mean, it's you get a quiver of 20 arrows. Just 1 2 3 4/5. 1 2 3 4/5. 1 2 3 4/5. That's all, and then you know how many you shot. It just makes things more interesting when you have to consider a little bit more. Is this something I want to shoot at? You can go get some of them. When I had a DM doing we would count how many you shot. That doesn't mean some of them can't be reused. Sometimes, what he would do is he go, how many did you shoot? And they would, he would just go, okay, you can get maybe a third of those or whatever, something like that.
You
just to make
pluck
it.
them out of the eyes of your fallen enemy.
Yeah, exactly. Shit like that, and just something.
And if depending on what kind of creature they are, maybe you can hold the eyes over the campfire, and you could have
right. See what I've. Well, I mean, if you want to get really get hardcore about it,
pretty gruesome.
Here's the thing. What I did. Because a lot of people get into this. Well, I want the heroic fantasy. That's cool. I'm not saying you shouldn't. I don't want everybody to play low fantasy all day long. I like some low fantasy, and I like low fantasy a lot more than high fantasy personally. So, what I did with the Paracosmic Convergence is instead of making a whole new set of rules, I just made the effects of damage and things like that different. It was what I did was this. It was similar to the old SPI sniper game. I had one called Hetzer Sniper, which was a module to that game. And in the back of it, for anybody who's a comics fan, you may have heard of Sergeant Rock comics. In the back, under optional rules, there was a Sergeant Rock optional rule, and Sniper was kind of SPI's answer to Squad Leader. So it was a squad-based tactical board game from SPI, and you could add in Sergeant Rock, and Sergeant Rock was basically Rambo of the Second World War. He could carry 3 satchel charges and throw them as far as a football, and he could, a bundle of grenades, and he could shoot a machine gun, 30 cal from the hip with one hand without a glove for the barrel. He was, this unstoppable monster, and it was fun to add him in just for something new. Now, I'm not going to make you an unstoppable monster. I still want there to be challenge and stuff like that. But if you want to play that high fantasy stuff, I mean, everything's optional. You don't really have to count arrows. It just kind of is like, is it really that big of a deal to do it? I don't think so, but whatever. But as far as damage and all that stuff, I just change the output of damage. I don't change every rule or I give you, here's my, my high fantasy rules versus my low fantasy rules. It's a set of rules that is just, it's like a stereo equalizer. You can change things. So if you want to play a high fantasy, okay, you want that Conan vibe where it's really hard to kill you or something, or at least harder. You don't just die like the red shirt guy running with you that takes one knife in the back and he's dead or whatever. So the damage output is just a little bit different. So it's more like AD&D where hit points mean this magic and your ability to dodge things and all that. It's not really your physical qualities. It's more than that. So there's that version of the chart. It's the same chart. It's just got different numbers on it. That way you don't have to learn a bunch of new mechanics. All you're getting is just different answers. And then if you want to play low fantasy, then watch out, because if you take a arrow in the throat, that's all she wrote, baby. You're as mortal as any other man on the planet. And I like to play World War II skirmish games and stuff like that. And I don't I don't want a John Wayne game all the time. I want a Saving Private Ryan game. And if you step out into that alley where there's machine gun fire flying down it, that might be the end of your day. So, but all you do is just change that one chart.
There's always tomorrow.
Yeah, but it's meant to be, generally, the game is meant to be more lethal. It's not meant to be more advanced. It's not more advanced. It's not more detailed. But I do think that, switching back to the original topic, that if you use these rules about strict timekeeping, that Gary himself insisted was the only way to play a campaign. He said in giant bold letters in the DMG, you cannot have a meaningful campaign if you do not keep strict time. And I agree. And I think that strict time stuff translates through combat rounds and things like that. So that's there, but it doesn't make it a super complicated game or anything like that. So, anybody else? Anybody got any questions? I do like to talk to people. So there's a lot of people in here. Thanks for coming. You got anything to say? Even if it's not nice, just so I know that you're talking, that would be great.
Yeah, anyone who wants to come up on the mic, just put a request in the comments, and we'll bring you up on the mic, and you can certainly
prefer if it was nice,
but be heard.
Yeah. So, but yeah, it's just, and it's real simple to do the time stuff. Just choose what works good for you. If 4 hours work for you, make sure it scales with your unit scale. If you're playing war games, even if you're playing fantasy role playing, if you play like I do, you don't just have 3 or 4 or 5 people. You have old school. You've got henchmen and hirelings and stuff like that. It's a big band, So it's like platoon level, like 50 or 60 people, or 30 or 40 people. So, but make sure that the ground scale works for what you're doing. That was that. And all you need to do is make yourself some sort of like a day planner or a grid of some sort. Turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, whatever, and here's a list of all your players. And
create a Gmail address for your character.
Well,
and with the calendar.
Explain the computer way to do it for them, please, Magenta.
Well, yeah. So if you have a Gmail, and you can create Gmail, it's obviously you just create a username and password. So if you got a character, you want to keep track of their time, you can just create a Gmail name for your character, and then you can basically use the calendar, the Google Calendar that comes with it. It is tied to your phone. You can add multiple Gmail accounts to your phone too, if you already have a Gmail that you use for your personal use on an Android phone. And Apple has something similar. They have a calendar feature too, so you could use that. But it's a little bit different with Apple because they don't really give you multiple IDs on a single phone like Google will do. But you can keep track of it on your computer if you have a Windows-based computer, and you can get reminders and everything set up. So you can certainly do that. Set up a calendar for it, and have tasks and different things that you're registering and time frames. Now it's going to be like the time would be like today's dates and stuff like that, but that doesn't matter. You can tell like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. You can just equivocate those to whatever is in game time,
right? Or make your own using whatever.
Right.
A straight edge and a pen on a piece of paper, or whatever.
It would be easier to have like your own, like if you wanted to keep track of things that had happened in a game, you could certainly keep track of the time. Like you spent the first hour, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. The first 2 hours you were walking through the woods, and then at 11 you were jumped by a monster. I don't know, whatever.
Every action that you take.
Yeah.
Be it, how long does it take you to heal? if you're healing, how long does it take? How long is your game turn? Let's say your campaign game turn is 1 hour. It's a little short, but let's just for them keep it easy to understand. So it's going to take you 3 days to heal. And your campaign turn is 1 hour. Okay, so that would be 3 days, 3 times 24. That would be how many turns in campaign turns your character who's healing is going to be in the infirmary or in the bed or wherever the healing takes place. And so for that period of time, that character is notated on a planner that the DM has that this is where they are. And every turn, again, an hour is kind of too short, but say it's every 4 hours, 6 hours, or days, or weeks, or whatever you come to, for that period of time, each player should go, this is the list of things that I'm doing for that period of time. And they make that choice based on everything that they do. You have a list, it takes this long to go, to the next city based on how the distance of it or something like that. Or if you're training and it takes 4 weeks to train, there you go. How many turns is 4 weeks based on what you've chosen for your campaign turn. And that way, when you get that from every player out there, and it may be a player and all the players' subunits. If it's like a war game or something, it might be, this is what my battalion's doing, or whatever, or my regiment or division, or it's just my party and my henchmen or whatever it is. But each player gives you that information for each campaign turn, and you can coordinate an entire world that way. You can do the same as a DM for every NPC that you have, or every group of people, every the cultists that are the enemy, or the whatever it is. Everything be coordinated on those kinds of sheets, and that's a lot better than trying to figure out what the hell they're talking about in campaign time in the DMG. It's a quick, simple schedule that shows what's happening all the time, everywhere in your world, and it works like a charm. I've used it for years. And that's really all you need for a time system in a campaign. But I guess the most difficult part of that is, I'm surmising, for some, is to come to the conclusion, well, how much time does all these different things take? But a lot of game systems tell you how long healing takes. It's not a solid, this is just this time. It might variate depending on how bad the wound is, but you could calculate that anyway. You're doing it no matter what. So you can just apply that time and convert it to, whatever stretch you're using for a turn. For other things like movement, there's real simple stuff to use as far as tools. Right here is a perfect tool for movement once I find the right button to push. And that is hard for me. But this right here is you want to find out how far something goes. Let's say you're walking. The average walk speed is 3 miles per hour. Let's say your campaign turn is 4 hours. You want to return a result in miles because your hexes on your campaign map are 3 miles a hex or something like that. Okay. 12 miles. Okay. So at 3 miles a hex, you can move 4 hexes for each 4-hour turn, as long as it's decent level ground. If it's something, excuse me, more difficult, you're going to have to excuse me. If it's something more difficult, that's why you have a terrain effects chart. D&D, OD&D, and AD&D have those kinds of things, and they'll tell you how much your speed is reduced based on the kind of terrain you've got, or you can make one your own using judgments or data that you find. So if it's something other than movement, maybe sometimes it's trial and error or judgment. How long does it take to set up a catapult? You can look something like that up online and get at least a ballpark number. So if you're playing some sort of fantasy war game, that's how long it takes for a battery of two catapults to set up to be used in a siege or something like that. And so some of my troops are setting up catapults. Some of my troops are taking up positions in this area, getting into formation or digging a trench. How long does it take to dig 50 feet of trench or something like that? And just write that down for everybody, and you have coordination. Works real good. That's what we're going to do with Star Wars. We've kind of freeform because people jumped in faster than I expected. Like if you watch the last live, people jumped in. That's fine. We can work with it. But that's the best way to coordinate it when we get people playing. Dave says, last game I ran, which met once a week, I tried to line up real dates with the game system calendar and put it in weekly summaries. Neat part was lining up some of the game with fests with holidays. If it works, as people talk about one for one, and I just I don't understand one for one in that. What if you're gone for 4 days? If one day equals, if one real day in your life equals 1 day in game time, what if you've got to go on a work trip for a week? What happens then? So I mean, if it works for you, great. That sounds like it worked out fine. It was easy, but I just take the day and divide 24 hours by 6 and go that way. That way, even if people can't play for a long period of time, other than maybe sending you an email or a text, you can still play the game because they can tell you, here's what I'm going to do for this period of time. And even if it's just downtime till you get to come back and play a full game, I'm going to be resting here, or I'm going to be training here, or I'm going to be, trying to figure out how to make this new potion as a wizard, whatever it is. But at least you can keep going. But the one for one, I don't quite get. So we've been talking about that, me and Magenta, if she's still here. She is not. She's taking a bio break. It could be permanent. But what? Yeah, whatever. I mean, Gary talks about it right in the DMG. Picking your. Use whatever grouping of days you find desirable for your milieu. There is nothing wrong with 7 days a week and 31, 30, or 28, 29-day months, which is exactly correspond to our real system. On the other hand, there is nothing to prevent you from coming up with something fancy and new just to be more immersive, that type of thing, But the one for, and he goes on to explain, 1 day, use one actual day for one game day. He starts talking about how one group is on day 55, but the other group is on day 72. And that's when I go, yeah, what? No, I'm not going to do that. I just use the turns, and that way everybody's on the same page all the time. So I that's why I just find it kind of a superior deal to. He's talking about, having separate sessions with certain people that are be on different portions of the timeline, depending on how long this or how many sessions they have and all that. That just sounds like a giant headache to me. I mean, it might be different if everybody's meeting once a week all the time or something like that, but I still don't understand what you do with the other 6 days. Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. So the weather was whatever it was doing outside your window at the time or something like that. That's kind of cool. I always use charts like Wargame. I just basically what I did is, this is why I was bringing up. I mean, that's neat. But basically what I did is I go, a lot of this stuff I already know. I like some of the D&D stuff explained how to work with maps and all that. I had already learned all that from wargaming. And it was just easier, instead of relearning something I'd already learned in a different ways, just go, I'm just going to do the war game stuff on it. So I just made a weather chart. And then, of course, later on, you got stuff like that with like the Wilderness Campaign Guide and things like that. But I've kind of interesting just to go, it's raining today, so it's raining today in our world. I thought Lotro the MMO did that for a while. I heard that. I might be wrong. That if it was raining at their headquarters, then it was raining in the world. That might just been a rumor, but that's what I heard. So, but yeah, that'd be neat. That's just, you just look out the window and go, that's what it looks like today. That's fine. Just stuff like that's great. Whatever works for you, little imaginative things like that. But I just, just like they pulled out. Has anybody got any other questions? Got 8 people here. I say, feel free to come up on the mic. Feel free to ask questions. Challenge my opinions. Anybody else speak? Type in the. But anyway, whatever works for you. Those are neat ideas to do it. But in the player's manual, it kind of talks further about this sort of stuff too, and it seems like it's more a little bit along the lines of what I'm looking at. Movement outdoors. The major difference in outdoor movement is distance and time. And she equals the number of miles a character can travel in 1/2 days trekking. Terrain will vary the movement rate. That's what I was talking about. That's basically just a terrain effects chart, just like a war game. Excuse me. When an encounter occurs, the movement rate is handled in the same manner as combat movement in the dungeon. That's another thing. Changing the length of a turn to accommodate for the situation you're in. It's one thing to have a real long movement rate and have an hour's turn or 8-hour turn if nothing happens, but you don't want that when you're in a combat situation. So the time scale doesn't really change. It's just that the turn length changes. So if you are in combat as 1/2 of a party, say for an hour, that seems like a lot of combat, granted, but just to keep the math straight. And the other half of your party is traveling towards the point of combat. It all happens at the same time. So they've done an hour's worth of traveling, you've done an hour's worth of combat. Just because you've kept the same system of writing down. They're moving down the trail or walking down the road or riding their horses towards the position. These people are doing it, even though the turn is, for the combat is a new turn every minute or every 10 minutes, whereas it's just one turn for the other players. It all ends up being the same. Now, granted, if you're one DM, the people playing the combat are likely to get your attention, whereas the people that aren't in combat are going to be on the sidelines observing. There's really no getting around that. That's why at this point in time, for me, I generally prefer playing online versus playing face-to-face, because in a situation like that, it is more conducive to online play. So if Tom and Dick are riding their horses hell-bent for leather trying to help their friends, but they're that far away, all they have to do is on some non-game day say this is what we're doing, and then the game day would be the point where they meet or something like that, if there's one at all. Or I've even run combat just through play by post, and it works pretty good. So, though, but either way, it coordinates things if it's separated. Again, any questions, comments, criticisms from the people watching, introductions, anything. If you're thought bots, feel free to say something thoughty. It was near when Christmas rolled around and the crew had a celebration of the keep on the borderlands. Oh, it was neat. Oh, yeah, all had a Christmas party at there. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, yep. So, anybody want to do a pool on whether magenta comes back? So yeah, she explained the digital way to do it. The manual way to do it, like I said, would just be to use a straight edge and a pen and some steno and just make it a roster out of the pages. So another thing we used to do when paper wasn't, making paper garbage wasn't a big problem, we would have stacks of note cards, and each person would just write their turn on one of the note cards and then deliver it to me. And then I would just take the note cards and go, okay, here's what Mike's doing, here's what's Matt doing, here's what Andy's doing, here's what's Jake doing, and then just make my own log out of that in a spiral notebook or something like that, until I got my Tandy 800 or 600, excuse me, Tandy 600 laptop, and then I would put it in there in the spreadsheet for it, and just write it out that way. And then I could print it out and stuff like that. So, but I just kept a log. It generates a great log for people. If you have everything that's happened of major significance, combat and movement and all that, you have a combat log you can turn into a narrative story. You have everything archived, so you can go back and say, gee, I don't remember what we were doing last session because we had a long break or something like that. And you can just go through, oh, here's exactly what happened, hour by hour. So everything stays nice and tidy and chronological that way. So, but another thing that helps all of these kinds of systems and just gaming in general, especially if you're going to have a large group. Remember, this stuff was all made with the idea of playing larger groups with these fellas, and they all didn't show up at the same time. So it makes a little bit more sense for them to have these different sessions and all that. But it is a confusing mess if you try to do it. And what we would do when we had large groups and back in the day, and they separated for whatever reason, is we just had other games. A lot of times it was just the Mattel football electronic game or Atari or something like that. And if they had to leave the room for a while we played because they were in a different place and couldn't hear the information or some sort of coordination thing like that, they'd go in the other room and play the Atari, or they'd sit and do this or whatever. Or we'd have Panzer Blitz laid out on a different table or something like that. And they'd go play some turns of that till it was their turn to come in. We just found something for them to do. But I think what's happened today is a lot of people don't want to deal with that at all. And it's a social thing, and they don't want to break up the group. The whole point is for the group to hang out and play together. So they get into this whole don't divide the party type of thing, which is fine. But if you want to play in a big world, even if your party's not divided, you can still use the system to track all the other things going on in the world, all the other NPCs and wandering monsters and stuff like that. Yep, you had the Model 100. Yeah, that's cool. I had a Coco. But I also had a Tandy 600 laptop, 11-pound brick with an LCD strip monitor on it. So, and I would haul that sucker to Gen Con and all of my games, and I'd always have it next to my tabletop play. And I had databases for all my war games. I'd play big campaign war games. What I would do is I wish I had pictures. I never took a lot of pictures. I was never a shutterbug, and now I wish I did, because I tell these stories and they have a lot more force behind them if they actually have pictures. But what I would do is I went to a map store, and at the map store they had colored pins with these flags. You strung the pin through the flag, and uh, I would make unit flags with the NATO symbol and the first battalion, third regiment, or whatever. And I'd put that on a piece of construction paper, and I'd put it with the flag on the pin and stick it through. And then I would have cardboard for a stand, and I would use those as little unit models on a Michelin map of Germany, and I would play giant Cold War games that way. So I'd have this big map laid out with all these stands with pins, and whenever there was contact, I would go over to a 12 by 24 table that I had laid out on a bunch of sawhorses and bar stools, and I would play micro armor, combined arms battles, and I would track casualties on the database program that came with the Tandy 600. I'd write it down. Okay, well, that unit lost 15 BMPs and 20 T-72s and this many troops or whatever, and I'd mark that down in the database, and I would play these giant games that way, and I'd use that turn, the time turn system like that. That was gaming. That was fun as hell. And I'd have my friends down there, and they would all take different sections, and we'd play these giant war games and stuff like that. We did that with Greyhawk and all sorts of stuff. Yeah, it had one of the original modems and all that deal. Yeah, yep. And that's how I use those things to play games with all the time. But I would have the same deal where I would have it had a day planner. I could set it up to. I had a program called Forms Maker, and it was just you just drew lines and boxes. Here's where you put your name and then the line and all that. And I would make my own character sheets, and I would make order forms and different kinds of data sheets to write out for these games. Yep, that's the kind of thing you can do. It's funny how all those kinds of programs are more difficult. I looked at a forms designer program today, and it was ridiculously hard. And the one I had for the Tandy 600 was literally all you did was just draw what you wanted with the arrow keys, and then you had one tag for text, for a text label, and you could do more with it quicker. In fact, the other day I went and looked to see if it was still around, like I could get some old copy of it and put it on an emulator, but no, it's too old. But yeah, that was how we did all of this stuff, kept track of all of it, time, weather, the whole 9 yards. We had it all done on those old computers. I never used the Coco for that. I was too busy playing games like Panic Button and Dungeons of Dragorth on that thing, and but the laptop was perfect for computer assisted gaming. Couldn't do 1-for-1 time on that though. Anywho, so if anybody's out there wanting to play that Star Wars, still looking for people to play, but and that's kind of the way we want to do Star Wars when we get more players. We want to start with Tony, and Tony, if you're still there and you want to still play, that'd be great. But all you got to do is just write out what you want, text it to me, what you want to do. So Magenta's playing some of the rebellion. She's got some ideas. She's about to make her moves if she ever comes back from her bio break. I get the feeling she's not gonna though. She might have fallen asleep on the bathroom floor. Still see a lot of people in here. Again, thanks a lot for watching. I hope this is somewhat entertaining. We have been going for quite some time, and I've gone through the time thing 2 or 3 times. Happy to do it again. Somebody holler out and tell me what you want to hear or anything else. If you want to hear more about the Star Wars game, we can talk about that. I can give these guys a briefing. I don't know if Tony's still here with us, but it would be neat to be able to explain a little bit more about what's going on with that and show some more of the developments. Yeah. So. But another thing with the time deal is it does help with Fog of War as well. If you can track where everything is without having to display it on a map for people, then you can really drop some surprises on them. You being the DM. So, give you another example of how this stuff can make some more interesting deal. If you go into the monster manuals for AD&D, there's percent chance, something like a percent chance not in layer or in layer. God, I'm so bad at remembering basic details. Say no to drugs, kids. But when you use time like that and a little bit of random determination, yeah, percent chance in layer, of course, not in layer, which sounds stupid, but percent chance in layer. If it's got a layer, it's going to come back at some point. Like something basic like a bear is listed as there's no chance it's going to be in its layer. Okay. But a DM can say there's a chance it's coming back. It's got a layer for a reason, right? So if you've got time, how much time before it comes back to its layer? Maybe your random encounter is you're near the layer and you're searching around. I mean, bears don't have treasure or whatever, but you're in some place where you've discovered a layer, but the monster there isn't there. But maybe the DM has determined that it's going to be back in 10 minutes, or something like that. It's been out hunting prey and it's got its prey and it's going to take it back to its lair and eat it. And when it comes back, you're in there rifling around looking at its goodies and stuff. Now you've got a random encounter based on that. You don't even need random encounter charts if you stock your wilderness with monsters and just track their movement as the game goes on. It's not as hard as it may sound, even if there's a lot of them. How far from their lair are they actually going to wander, even if they're wandering around? Not far. They just wander in a circle, a little search pattern looking for whatever they're looking for, something like that. And now you've got this world filled with stuff moving around. Maybe it's going from place to place. Some things could be in transit. You can bring the world to life if you can track everything moving at the same time. And when I say to life, I mean you can just see it playing out on your maps and stuff like that. I would use counters. The idea for me would be to have the map of my world and little counters, because I'm a war gamer and I like that. And then I would track where the party is, and where their direction of movement is on the map, and whether they run into other things and stuff like that, like wandering monsters, things like that. I do the same thing with Star Wars. I'm doing that right now. I'm going to waste Magenta. I wish she'd come back. I don't know. I don't want to tell you too much. Well, I don't want to give away anything, but we'll see. Yeah. But there is something in the Discord about the bombardment. So thanks. God, there's more people coming. Now I'm up to 10. Hey, folks, anybody got anything to say, talk about? We've been talking about time, but we've been talking about time for a long time. And I think everybody's heard about it. If you want to hear about it, you can speak up. Otherwise, we're going to talk about time involved with the Star Wars. We're just going to talk about the Star Wars thing in general. But 10 folks. That's great. That's the best ever. Thanks, guys. I'd love to hear from you, though. But the way time works in Star Wars campaign that we're doing, as far as structure, is very similar to what we've been talking about. There's it's 32 hour. There's a 32-hour Imperial standard that goes around the galaxy. Instead of everybody's got local time, but very rarely will that ever come up in the game. Generally, it'll be the 32-hour Imperial standard, and that will be divided by 4. So, as far as how many turns. So I'll give you some idea. Now, every place you travel to will have a distance. So when you say my Star Destroyer fleet or my Rebel fleet or my ship or whatever it is, based on its speed, wants to go from point A to point B, whatever those points are, your Navigator computer will give you based on the route you decide to take. And there's you can go direct, but there's a lot of risk to going A to B, and it takes longer. It's counterintuitive, I know, but the system, the West End game system, they try to temper the idea of going A to B by giving it a penalty, and they have an explanation as to why it is a penalty, but it'll give you an estimate of how long it takes, and that'll be in months. You aren't going to hit months, but the system is set for months. But it'll be in weeks, days, and hours. Very few will be weeks, but it'll be days and hours, and that'll be relatively accurate, but not exactly accurate. And that'll tell you how long it'll take to get to where you're going.
Where is he going?
And you can make the decision to punch hyperspace after you get that wherever you want. I'm just talking about travel in general and how it works with time.
But where is he traveling to?
Wherever it's just an example. There's nothing specific about it. So
give me something specific so I know where to send my rebels.
Right. So, and that's how that works. And so based on the 32-hour clock and divided by 4, these phases, that it'll tell you how many phases it takes. And that's how many turns those units will be in hyperspace and when they'll basically arrive at their destination. But there'll be a little bit of variance. And the DM, me, will give you a message saying you have arrived at your destination and left hyperspace. So what we're hoping for is to get more people, and we've got a lot of people listening to us, and thank you for listening, is to play this game. And if this happens, it'll be great. We won't quit if we don't get a lot of people. it's always funner with more people. If Tony keeps playing and Dave keeps playing and we get some more people, great. If not, there's always the option of giving you guys a higher position than what you've had, and controlling a little bit more of the total forces, and playing out that way.
Well, I am currently recruiting for rebel officers and players. So, anyone who's interested in joining the resistance, please let me know.
Hmm. Yep. So, and there are already a couple people other than Tony and Magenta playing. There is one other Rebellion player and one other Empire player. There might be a couple more that I'm missing, but I know that I just talked to a couple of those people. So, wow, it's weird. The minute I mention Star Wars, it goes from 10 listeners to 6. Why do people hate Star Wars? I love Star Wars. So anyway, um, uh, but yeah, that will be
Maybe
how.
it's simply because it's not matching the topic.
Well, I said to them, I said, hey, if you want to hear more, and we have been talking about the topic since you had to take your break, and I just thought, well,
Sorry.
I said, if anybody, I said, anybody else has any, and I'll say again, feel free to speak up, type in the chat, tell me, you know, it may be that people are trying to talk to me on Twitter and I can't see it, but if you've got anything to say, um, go ahead and speak up. It's okay. Don't be shy. Questions, comments, criticisms, whatever. We'll keep talking about what people want to hear about, but I thought, well, hell, let's just talk about some of that Star Wars, if nothing else, So we'll see. But what else do you have to say there, Magenta?
Oh, nothing really. I was just, chiming in because I saw Dave says he's going to waste me in the game, and that is not happening. I can say
Mm-hmm.
that confidently.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I may be the smaller force, but I'm sneaky as hell.
Yep. 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 There you go. There it
Yep.
is. So, yeah, again, we've been talking about the time. What we decided to do was talk about do the show and all the material we intended to cover, and see
Uh-huh.
how well it was received, and see how many listeners and viewers we had based on the time slot of starting at 7. And we've been trying to determine whether we should start late or early. More people have showed up late. Um, thank you so much. So we did the material again. Even more people showed up. And then I said the word Star Wars, and they left. But not, not after I had already done the material for the third time. So I guess we're right, or I don't know if it was me, but 9:30 or 9 or whatever seems to be the better
9
choice.
is the better
At
choice.
least,
And
but you know,
I'm comfortable with that because I'm
well,
gonna
but
have my grandkids might be coming over after school. They're gonna definitely be leaving by 9, so I'll be able to, do shows at that time.
well, I think, and that's okay, but we should probably, just because it happened one night doesn't mean it's going to happen every night. We should probably try a couple. You know what I mean?
Sure. I mean, I'm open to that, and I'll be as flexible and do as many shows as you want to, as I'm able to. But
But
yeah,
as far as the Star Wars, if I'd love to have people talk, I'll talk about Star Wars. I'll talk about the whether leave it about the time. Um, as far as time and how to do it, I think, like we said, we've covered it a couple of times. Um, if you let me give you some more examples as people file out. I don't. Let me put it to you this way. Let's see. I'm going to use the Star Wars West End games as an example, and here's why. It may not be everybody's favorite. It doesn't mean the examples won't come through or won't understand them, and it's fresh in my mind because I'm playing it. and they're applicable to any system that you want to use with just minor changes. But let's take into some things. Again, we just did the movement. Magenta, did you hear the movement part? So you understood how that worked?
I did not know. I'm sorry.
Okay. So to be quicker but what it is that you decide you want to move a ship or ships plural from a planet you're at to another planet.
Uh-huh.
When you write that down, say, I want these ships to go to, from wherever to wherever, Yoda's house to Ben's house or whatever the hell.
Okay.
You'll get a reply saying this is based on route, because there's different routes you can take. If you go from a straight route that doesn't there's hyperspace lanes like roads, and if you don't follow them, you're going to go a lot slower.
Right. Makes
But
sense.
but if you stay off the road, you may not get stopped by a cop, because
I grew up in the country. I know about taking the back roads. I got you.
so there's that. So based on your destination and your route and a small bit of variance that you won't know, you will get a reply saying it's going to take approximately this long in hours, days, weeks. You're mostly going to see days and hours. It's going to take to get to whatever place you're going to. And so once you get that reply, you can make the final decision. Okay, that's not too long or whatever. I'm okay with that. Yes, hit hyperspace. Or say, no, I'm going to recalculate and take a different one. Or say, no, forget it. I'm not going to do that. That's too long. So you will have the opportunity to opt out if the return you get isn't to your satisfaction. But if you do, then those ships or assets or whatever are in hyperspace for that period of time. And that'll be translated into however many turns it takes. The day is 32 hours in this world, and each phase is 8 hours in the galaxy.
Okay.
Each turn, I should say.
If there is a change that happens, and in last minute I need to pull back troops that or if I have troops already en route, if they're in hyperspace, can you call them out of hyperspace, or are
you can drop out of hyperspace by force?
like,
Yes.
can I communicate with, like, say I've got a fleet that's in hyperspace already, and I find out
once you enter, huh?
Oh, go ahead.
Once you enter hyperspace, you are disconnected from the galaxy. You're in a different.
There's no communication.
No.
Okay. So they're just like, once they're in hyperspace, I can't tell them, hey, stop heading that way. We got intelligence that you're about to be ambushed.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
So it's a calculated risk. But again, interesting decision strategy, stuff like that. So the other way and again, that time is translated into turns, and those turns synchronize everything together. Same thing with unloading troops from orbit. Doesn't take it'll tell you again. This is how long it's going to take to get to the surface, get out of our ships, and unload our gear and be in a position of readiness to take to march or fight or something like that. We've got to get out of the ship, get to the surface, land, get out, unload our stuff, and then.
So there's disembarking time.
Right, and that'll be.
Is that the word? Did I use that word right?
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly what it is. So those kinds of things, all that kind of activity, will have a cost in time that will be relayed to you, and it'll be given to you in the appropriate for turns based on the time.
Okay.
So that's how the coordination works. And again, for people that are, if there's anybody still here, because nothing makes people run like Star Wars on for whatever reason, but if it was Spelljammer, or whatever, same deal. How long does it take your ship to go from this place to that place or whatever? How long does it take to run the mooring lines and strap it down or whatever the hell it is, you know. Um, but whatever campaign you're playing, have that list of times, you know, actions and their cost in time that you expect people to do, or entities or whatever. And once you have that, then you have a way to coordinate everything.
When you're having, and this is about combat time. So say you're encountering a large creature in a fantasy role-playing game.
Mhm.
It's typically, I would assume, going to move a little bit slower, but maybe not always. I mean, it's going to take larger strides. So if it's like a giant, it would move significantly faster than you. But if it's something like you know, I don't know, an elephant, it might move slower. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here.
Right.
Different things are going to have different movement speeds. If it's small, it might, you know, it might be
Mm-hmm.
small and quick, or it might be so tiny that it's going to take a lot of steps for it to catch up with you. I don't know, but is there like is that a factor in the combat time as far as, are you going to know that like when you're fighting against, I mean, like, are different players going to have different speeds, and is that going to affect how long it takes you to do certain actions? Like, if you're super quick because you have light armor on and you're a hunter using a bow, you're going to be able to fire off quick shots like, you know, Legolas. But if you're big and beefy, dwarf or whatever, you might be a little slower.
In some game systems, that does affect things like that. Sure, yeah. Hmm.
Okay.
It depends on the game
Is there
system.
a
Yeah.
speed rating for each character then in most of the games, or is that just something that
There's a
people?
movement rating that has to do with moving around on the field. There's usually, you know, a lot of them have a walk rating and a run rating.
Mhm.
D&D has weapon speed, which
Mhm.
is a measure of a lot of different things, but ends up being self-explanatory in its title as to what it really is. But they have a weapon speed, so the longer and more unwieldy a weapon, the the slower it's going to be, and that works with things like initiative and what uh, order you
So, like
attack
a
and things
great
like that.
axe, or I mean, a great sword is going to move slower than a
Yeah, it could be
rapier.
something like that. Yeah, usually it's based on length or unwieldiness.
How
You know,
heavy it is.
it could be weight, or just could be this is awkward to hold or something like that. You know, or requires some sort of setup, like a pike isn't just, you just don't pick up a pike. You've got to set it for it to be
Uh-huh.
effective against a cavalry charge. So you've got to lift it and put it in the right position and shove it
Sorry.
in. Yeah. So all that requires a lot of time relative to somebody just, you know, pulling out a short sword and swinging and stuff like that. So it can affect, uh, yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
Makes sense. I'm trying to think if there's any other questions that I have about timekeeping. Do you ever have in any of the games? I mean, because fantasy can go in so many different places. Are there any mechanisms, and especially this is also relevant if you ever play any kind of Star Trek game, like you had talked about, um, where time is a little bit malleable. You know, you could have a time turner, or you know, you could
Right.
be like going back in time
Right.
because of, yeah.
I've been working on the side. I kind of stopped because I got all invested in the paracosmic convergence, but I was working on a thing called uh, well, it was a supplement for a different RPG. But anyway, that had some time issues in it. The thing about time travel or anything that manipulates time in a fantasy or sci-fi setting, if you're using this my system, and when I say my system, it's not really mine. Shit, they've been doing this since day one, but mine in that versus 1-for-1 or none at all. My preferred probably is better English, but anyway, everything's synchronized so that one thing that is traveling at some sort of relative speed based on, some sort of scientific or magical, it's easier to put that in perspective and model it. If everybody's on a baseline and this guy's 10 times faster because he's got, he's in the flash universe or whatever, the speed universe, then you can use some multiplicative factor to put them ahead. Does that make sense?
Meaning the time travels faster for them, like if he's the Flash.
If that's the way it is. If you're talking about Marty McFly going back to 1955 or something like that,
well, in that case, time doesn't really move differently for him. He's just in a different time.
Right. So that's almost more like just walking through some sort of dimensional door. You've gone from 1986 world to 1955 world, and everything changes based on that. But if you're somebody like the Flash or something like that, where or whatever other way of manipulating time or speed, it would be multiplicative or divide. If it's something that super slows you down, be divisive division. So something like,
Go ahead.
I am.
Oh, sorry.
The amount of time, if something makes you super slow for some reason, the amount of time it takes to do things will just be multiplied based on whatever, the length of or the intensity of effect. You understand what I'm saying? So if it took somebody that was not affected by this, speed or something, 1 hour to walk that hex, but you're in the, flash speed universe or whatever. I'm just taking that from that old TV show or whatever. And you go 10 times or 100 times faster than everybody else. Okay. Then normal rate of speed times 100. So if you move 1 hex per turn.
No, don't choose my. Sorry.
But your flash, and you do 100 times more, then you move 100 hexes per turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Or inversely,
But then you have to eat 100 times more than everyone else after you've done that.
Right. But that's how you handle those kind of things as far as speed. But time travel's kind of a different deal. Oh, yeah.
No, kitty.
Anything else? Anybody else? Questions? I see there's still 5 people out there. At least that's what my monitor's telling me. It sounds like you're wrestling with your microphone. Are you okay there?
I'm wrestling with a cat.
Oh, okay.
She's trying to chew the cord on my headphones and bite through it because she thinks it's fun, because she likes it. She's feeling kind of playful right now, I think. She made me chase her around the living room when I went out to get a drink.
Okay.
Partly what took me so long to get back here. I had to chase. She's faster than me.
Yeah, right. What do I got to do to get people to talk for this thing? Anybody got any other questions or anything like that? I don't know. Sure, love to hear from you.
Did David go away? It looks
I presume so. I haven't.
Yeah, looks like we lost Tony too, but yeah. But yeah.
So
no, you.
But
sorry, I'm talking to my cat again. She's being naughty.
Right. Nothing any more difficult than that as far as this sort of thing goes. I guess the only other here like this. This might be something to do. I'll show you. Well,
Kitty, why are you trying to chew everything? What's wrong with you?
maybe she needs some new
No,
vitamins.
she wants someone to play with her is what she wants.
Okay.
Okay. Here, Kitty.
Sorry.
Sorry about that. She's a little bit, it's about Zoomy time. Cats have a
Right.
schedule,
Right.
This is for regular playtime. It's time for Zoomies. This
Okay.
is when she likes to chase things around. So I got her pipe cleaner. It's one of her favorite toys.
There you go.
She likes to bat it around and chase it. She's
So,
goofball.
what happens when you don't use time? Well,
Chaos.
how if you're walking from if you're on a like we did Greyhawk and they didn't want to use time, and reaching a destination didn't have any meaning to it. I mean, if you're looking to like they were looking to book passage to a different portion of the uh, Greyhawk map that required taking a river to get to or walking. They decided they wanted to use a boat because they felt it was faster. Okay, why but there's no time involved. So all I could do was just come up with a couple of interesting encounters that had to do with boats. So it really wasn't a journey as much as it was a battle on a boat. And to me, why would that be interesting? I mean, I don't know. I guess it's this idea that of playing out a theater or a TV show. The amount of distance that was traveled doesn't matter. It's just we're on this boat going to this place and this thing happened and then we're at the place. But it made everything hard for me because I'm just trying to decide, when does this happen? I have no triggering mechanism. I have no way to plan this out. They don't want to know how many days or anything like that. Why is it dark now and it wasn't dark before? Because I just wanted you to be attacked in the dark, so I made it dark. In some ways it made me feel like I was just going to get blamed for trying to be, and I think maybe a couple of people thought I was just trying to be, adversarial. Well, why were we attacked in this place? Why were we attacked in the dark? Well, if you had actual time, I don't know. It just seems like having that sort of stuff explicitly played out and done in chronology would make things seem more fair and more
I
legit.
agree. And I was playing as if time mattered. So when we were playing, I put in a quite a lot of effort actually, and to the point where I got I got some pushback from some of the other team lead. I was being apparently too strident in asking for horses, because I really thought, we had a long distance to travel as far as I could tell. And even though we weren't really doing time, I thought, well, if we've got to go all the way to these mountains and they look like they're pretty damn far away, we're going to need some horses.
Mm-hmm.
So I pushed for that. And then it was kind of I guess, deemed to be too bad of a thing, because I made it a thing after that. I'm like, hey, it worked once, I'm going to do it again.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, anyway.
So, yeah.
But apparently my role playing was a little bit too, I don't know, pushy, I guess. I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah.
I thought it was fine. I mean, I was working for the benefit of our group, I wouldn't think
Sure.
anybody would object to that, but
Exactly.
surprisingly. Hey,
So,
you kitty.
How do you
So,
feel about showing some playing of games? You want
well,
to
I
play?
think I would normally do that, but it is like 30 seconds to 60 seconds until I turn into a pumpkin. All things being fair, we have been on this live for nearly 5 hours.
Yeah.
I
You
don't
don't
know
want
if
to play
you
some
know.
games?
Right now, no, I think
Never want to play any games?
catching something, so I think I'm gonna rest up and relax and all of that. But I'm glad I got to be a part of this particular live. I think it was interesting. For my first real marathon live, where it's 5 hours of being on
We
there.
we've
Usually,
done some pretty big ones too. It'd be
yeah,
let's just
we have, but this one's probably the longest I've ever done. I think. I
yeah,
don't know. Maybe no, there was one we did that was longer when we were um playing a video game and we were streaming it that was ran a little longer, but
right.
unfortunately I have reached my limit. I'm gonna make some hot tea, see if I can get this stave off this cold and try and, catch it before it catches me.
Okay. So yeah, that's cool. What
All
can you
right.
see? What can you see on the screen right now?
What do I see on the screen? I see you and I see my logo picture over there, and
Okay.
I can see the comments and stuff from earlier. But
Okay. Okay.
oh, my cat is trying to dig her way through the door. She's
All right.
been really, really bad.
Well, we'll catch you next time. Thanks for everybody for watching. It was one of the most attended things that I can recall. Um, Attendees are great. Hope I get some likes and some um, you know shares and replies. Um,
Please, if you have enjoyed the show, please do. Don't forget to hit that like button, share, and
Feel
post a
free to
comment
comment.
if you like
Yeah,
everything.
don't be
All
shy. We'd
interactions are
love to hear from
welcome.
you. A lot
Huh?
of I just said don't be shy. We'd love to hear from you. A lot of people in here, not a lot of people talking. Would prefer to have you. I mean, don't do what is comfortable for you, but we certainly do enjoy feedback and conversation with people that are watching. Don't be shy. So
Yes.
there was, anyway, but thanks for showing up. Hope it was informative in some parts, at least for some people.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us, Campaigns and Conquests. We are going to play the music. We usually play it at the beginning, but I think we're going to do it as an outgoing thing this time. Our little song that a friend of ours made for us. So if you want to stick around for that,
What
did
are
you
we
still
doing
want to
next
play that
time?
storm, or you're
Yeah,
going to
we're
do
going
it
to play
next
it.
time?
No, we will, but what are we going to do? What's the show? Let's tell people what the show is next time.
Oh, you're in charge of that. You pick the topics. I just live here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All righty.
I don't have one in mind. I'm sorry. I thought you were doing that.
The uh, NPCs and role playing um, situations, when and where, uh, stuff like that. Um, Basically, I want to talk about how to use everyday citizens in cities as means to converse and give information to your players, stuff like that. Does that make
Okay.
sense?
It does make sense. I like that idea.
Okay, that'll be one topic, and we'll uh, Star Wars ain't going away. I love it, so we're gonna be talking a little bit about that Star Wars game and showing how it works a little bit too. That we can be
Sounds
do
reasonable.
that. Yeah. All righty. Thanks again for stopping by. We'll see you next time.
Yes, thanks everyone for joining us, and we'll see you next time. We're going to be doing our shows
We're still going to be doing some of them at 7. We're going to have a show Wednesday at 7. It's going to be our next airing date. And then we're also going to start doing some shows a little bit later in the week as well, possibly Friday. Does that sound good for you, Storm?
Yeah. We're going to see what happens. Yeah, that's
look
right.
for us on Friday. We'll make sure we get a show at that time. So, see if we can get some more shows in the week here, and you guys are welcome for all of them. If you have suggestions for show topics that you would like us to cover, please do let us know, and we'd be happy to include any topics you think would be interesting or relevant to what you're looking for in your gaming experience. And thanks again for your time tonight, and I hope all of you have a wonderful day, and until we see you again, happy gaming.
All righty. See ya.
It's campaign and conquest. Let's play TT RPGs done right. War games and gaming with Storm and Magenta tonight. We got a new system best you'll ever see. A paracosmic convergence of distinct masterpiece. It's got the hit shots and plays every genre so well that you would think it was crafted in the depths of hell.